Come on, you guys out there. Hey, sure. The wages of blessing never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight. Cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that may be harm can go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper. Yeah, until the older and the science man come, 'cause you can't squeeze the lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper. Come on, you guys out there. Hey, sure. The wages of blessing never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight. Cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that may be harm can go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper. Yeah, until the older and the science man come, 'cause you can't squeeze the lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper. Come on, you guys out there. Hey, sure. The wages of blessing never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight. Cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that may be harm can go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper. Yeah, until the older and the science man come, 'cause you can't squeeze the lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Thank you so much for your continued support. Really appreciate each and every one. Hope everyone has had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend for those who don't have to work this weekend. Tonight's topic is Kroll investigation report on SSL and where it is at presently with your host Byron and Marie. And guys, remember when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. If you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. And remember, guys, the protest that's coming up in New York, August 30th, between 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Jamaican Consulate at the corner of East 41st Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. And it's the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation that is sponsoring, and it will be highlighting corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, etc. in Jamaica. And remember to support Daisy Magazine, guys. Go over to maxter.com/p/Daisy and show her some support. Let me just quickly welcome those in the chat, and then I will hand over to Byron. Young, Don Mel, Truck Life, Beverly, Wayne Evans, Blendon Anella White, Natalia Freeman, Dareth McCoy, Laris Beckford, Yvonne Joy, Pamela Okolo, Louis Longshaw, Devon Watson, Willie Don, Rosalie Ricketts, Jeanette Letts, Rennie Swaby, Uriah Walker, Sharon Bernard, Rejoice Always in Him, Angela 48349, Patella Cruikshank, Yuna Vassal, Uriel Dharma, Falmouth Girl 2, Carla Ebanks, Reggae Girl, still waiting on your number for the credit to be sent to your Reggae Girl. I'll put the number in the chat again for WhatsApp. Sharon Samuel, Lysa Wood Ladrick, Carla Ebanks, Meline Bowman, Paulette Robinson, G. Angel, Monica Hall, Davian Powell, Diane Campbell, Jacqueline Murray, Keith Salmon, Barbara Finley, Real Black Woman. Blessed up. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as usual, I will welcome persons as they come in. If I lose control of the chat, then it's going to be an umbrella welcome to all. So without any delays, I'm going to hand over to Baron.
Okay, thank you, Wifey, for that usual precursor. Wonderful. So let me say, big thanks to all of our subscribers who continue on the mission, in supporting us. We really, really, really appreciate that. And now we are going to get into some detailed report tonight. And tonight is, that level of deep dive that we will be taking all the viewers through, right? Now, we are going to address the SSL situation as it relates to the Kroll's report. The investigators who had completed their report and made a particular recommendation. Now, when I went through that report, now I realize the primary reason why the DPP definitely want to remain in office. But Paula Llewellyn, I can say to you, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'll be taking people through that detailed report. And that report, let us all understand, if there was any doubt, whether we were on the fence believing that we are wondering if the DPP really corrupt. That report is going to confirm that the DPP is corrupt. And it is also going to confirm the high level of corruption as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. Andrew Holness-led government. It's shocking. It's indeed shocking. And we will be going through that report tonight. So for persons who can share it out, because we want a lot of people, right, to get this information. This government, the Andrew Holness-led government, is really devious and corrupted. And we are going to bring it out as it relates to the report. When Mystic Sensation, right, speak to certain things, that report has to deal with the recommendation of the Kroll investigators. And remember, people, let me say this. The Jamaican government spent millions of dollars. Before we go to the report, I want everyone to be aware that the Jamaican government spent millions of dollars in saying that they want an external entity to do the investigation. Now, the internal entity, which is Kroll, had done the investigation and made a recommendation. And of course, it is going to show you the length and breadth of the corruption, the systematic corruption, and where Paula Llewellyn, you dare not put your foot back into that office. We are going to expose your true intention. Your true intention is to protect the status quo of Jamaica Labour Party criminal government. Right? It's a criminal syndicate that you are protecting. So without any delay, before we get into the report, we want to show the energy as it relates to South Trelawney. And my people, believe you me, because we have to pop up this before we get into the report, right? We want to have a precursor before we get into that. Now, the energy in South Trelawney is amazing. Is amazing. And, I am so happy, so proud to know that Jamaicans are waking up. We are seeing our voters' apathy, right, as it relates to the large amount of persons who had stayed away and, did not participate. I can say that that is changing. This juncture, as it relates to this coming general election, it's a fight between good and evil. People, when I say this, believe it. It's a fight between good and evil, a spiritual warfare and a physical warfare. In the sense, physical warfare in the sense that we have to listen to the information, make up your mind, and make sure that you are following us, speaking the truth, and don't be distracted with the lies. What you need to have an awareness that, okay, when we speak, ask for the evidence. And so then we have the ability, the capacity to show the evidence. Without any further delay, let us get into South Trelawney and show people the high energy, right? That people are ruled up. People fed up of this government. People have already known that, okay, this government is indeed corrupt. And I'm glad that the people had chosen honesty and integrity that matters. For people who believe that, okay, all right, Mark Golding is not going to come and do any better, and they have all of the manner of evil to say without giving Mark Golding, right, a chance at the helm. But let me say this, we don't have to give Mark Golding a chance at the helm. We know what Mark Golding had already done. And if those people were honest to themselves, right, they could use their analytical thinking, right, and definitely utilize the evidence to understand Mark Golding. Number one, Mark Golding is a politician, right? Mark Golding is in the parliament, but Mark Golding believes in checks and balance. Why Mark Golding believes in checks and balance? Obviously, because of what Mark Golding had done. What Mark Golding had done. Mark Golding, as it relates to drafting the Integrity Commission Act to ensure that politicians being held accountable as it relates to the procurement procedures. Simple as that. Mark Golding, right, pioneered that. Now, Mark Golding did not just have a statutory, Integrity Commission Act. He also went further in terms of drafting an impeachment bill. So Mark Golding is saying that if I, Mark Golding, right, if I, Mark Golding, and I want people to get it, if I, Mark Golding, done something wrong, I want the system in which I created hold me accountable. It is just plain and simple. Which other politicians, right? Which other politicians are doing that? That was stopped by the Andrew Holness-led government as it relates to Impeachment Act. Andrew Holness spoke about Impeachment Act in 2015 to trick the people to say that, okay, he's there for checks and balance, and he is the same person who stopped it. So what that goes to show you about Andrew Holness, he's trickified, is devious, and indeed a lot of criminal action done under his government, some of which we will be going through tonight when we touch that SSL situation and where the Kroll investigators, right, completed their report and made their recommendation. So without any delay, let us run into the energy of South Trelawney. Without any delay on it, right? Bring it up.
Okay.
Comrade Fatmore, I want those who are listening to know that it is a political meeting that we're talking about. But comrades, I had to be here today because I wanted to endorse the candidacy of Paul Fatmore. I believe that he has the right approach to the politics. And I believe that his heart is in the right place and that he wants to uplift the constituency of South Trelawney. And South Trelawney is an agricultural constituency in this country. And we're realizing that coming out of the hurricane, that we have not seen sufficient attention being given to the farmers in South Trelawney. To the front, we have not had sufficient attention given to the farmers in the country. You have in Jamaica over 200,000 people registered as farmers. It is the single largest employer of labor in the country. There is much more that a government needs to do to empower our farmers. When I toured sections of this constituency with Comrade Fatmore and his team, we realized that farmers don't have proper access to get to their farms. So people can use donkey, carry and stick, go over them farm. Time come now for farmers to have proper farm roads to get to their farms. People don't give agriculture the primacy that it deserves. Because somehow we think that agriculture is the dirty cousin in the family. And the reason why people think that way is that growing up, you see a man a struggle for a half-acre land, for a quarter-acre land with machine and pickaxe and them things. Time come now to make land available to our farmers so they can go there and produce what we need to eat as a people. When hurricane come, they tell you go and reap what you have. When you go and reap what you have, there is no proper storage. How can you have yam country and don't have proper storage for the people to ensure that when they reap their produce, they can store it? We want to ensure that we work with South Trelawney to put proper storage facility in place so that when our farmers go there and produce, they can store their produce and get the maximum return from their labor. For too long, we have allowed the 2-foot posts to rob our people from their hard work. For too long, we have allowed premium and larceny to deter people from going into agriculture. We must take a serious stance against premium and larceny to ensure that when you go here and produce when you raise your animal, that people don't come like Nicodemus in the night and thief on God with the hard work that you have put in. And if they do so, we must ensure that we reclaim the proceeds of their crime so that we can give you back a start so you can go back and produce again. So agriculture is a big thing for this constituency and for the next administration of the People's National Party. But I'm not going to overdo it tonight, I can pass there. And we have a boss that we can be proud of. They don't like when we talk some of the things, but we still talk it anyway. How can we have a prime minister of a country who can't get certified? It don't look good. It don't look good. It don't look good. The prime minister of the country must lead by example. Because if the head of the street is dirty, no clean water that running like gully. And I want to say to the Prime Minister this evening, we went out there and we asked the Jamaican people, what do they think if somebody cannot be certified? And 80% of them said that person should be disqualified. So tonight from the platform in South Trelawney, I want to tell Mr. Holness that time come to take for yourself if you cannot be certified. We want to have a clean leader representing the culture that we can be proud of. We have a leader who, if wife not show the body no dirty face because she don't have no body and leave up on her husband. She have a good clean husband who dedicated to her lover. No, I don't need to say something. She says something. But we want for Jamaica to have a leader that has a vision and that has a caring heart for the people of this country. So when they tried everything and they realized that they cannot stop the momentum of Mark Holding, they tried to draw a bad card. We don't care what kind of card they want to draw. When the election call, we'll tell them say if I mark it G, if I mark it British, we are marking X to Mark Holding and the People's National Party. We are sure that our leader will come here to script, it will come here to take away that which is the people's thing. Our leader is coming here to serve the people of this country. He will have to wear the orange clocks. He will have to call himself Bro God because he will have to invest in a bread to work on the problems that are affecting the people. So I want for you, South Trelawney, to make welcome the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. Jamaica, the leader.
One second, it's just gonna move it on a bit.
Member of Parliament, I am proud to call him my comrade, Paul Patmore. Let me tell you, workers and warriors and supporters, when we come here, you know, to be really honest, never expect nothing like this. When we see what go on in a South Carolina, and how the team turn up so, I said to myself, time come! Time come!
Look at where I'm coming from. I know I'm blessed, and I don't
I must tell you, I am humble and proud at the same time that under my leadership of the party, we have persons of such clear quality, putting themselves forward to represent the people through the vehicle, the movement called the People's National Party. For the power. I only recently met this gentleman, but his reputation precedes him as a man who had done an incredible thing. Here in South Carolina, he was able to win the hearts of the people and win the Northerners division as an independent candidate. That speaks volumes for the quality of the man. Because when he did that, he never had any party machinery behind him to make it happen. He does have the respect and the admiration and the trust and the confidence of the people because they knew the man and he knew that he was here to serve them to the best of his ability, with the bottom of his heart to the top of the mountain, because this man is a man of the people. This man will serve the people as the people deserve to be represented in God's house. Hello, down in this company, see my friends become my enemies. Comrades and friends, I know that tonight Andrew always had a hot team. When you see what going down here in South Carolina in Albert Town Square, this is a historic night because no election campaign now run. This is a constituency conference. But when I see the crowd and when I feel the energy coming from the people, I know that this is going to be a new day here in South Carolina. Whatever they call this thing, that war will be joining me. Walking up the street, taking his seat on the right side of the aisle. Comrades, as other speakers have said, we don't watch crowd, we don't watch motorcade. It's nice to feel the energy, and it gives us inspiration and confidence to move forward. But it is work and it is organization that delivers victories in general elections. And I say to you, you have a man who is going to serve and represent you well. All I ask of you is just to knuckle down and put in the work as a united PNP team behind this man, beside this man, carrying forward and delivering for I and I, because we need a man like this in God now. Yeah, man. And comrades, Jamaica needs the People's National Party back in government. The people have lost their trust and confidence in the Andrew Holness administration. There have been too many scandals. There has been too much nepotism, cronyism, and corruption. The head of Parliament of Jamaica is not in good standing with the Integrity Commission of Jamaica. These Integrity Commission statutory declarations have not been certified for years. The law requires that they be certified. A summary of them should be published in the Jamaica Gazette. It can't happen because something not right. We don't know what it is, but Jamaica can't afford to be led by somebody who is not in good standing with the Integrity Commission of the country. Comrades, when you look at the situation in education, there is a crisis in education. So many teachers are demoralized. So many teachers are looking for other opportunities. They have to be importing teachers into Jamaica for the first time because they can't find people willing to teach and stay here. And the results that are coming through the school system are substandard. We have too many children who are not getting what they need from the education, the sacrifice, and the investment put into them by their parents. The People's National Party believes in education as the antidote to poverty and the route to prosperity, meaning prosperity for all the people, not just for a few. And comrades, we must fix that, and we will fix that, starting with early childhood development, right through primary into secondary, the training system, so that we can train our people to have the skills they need to earn good money from well-paying jobs that can be supported by investment in higher value-added industries, agro-industry. As the General Secretary and Spokesman for Agriculture and Fisheries and Rural Development has said, the People's National Party wants to uplift our farmers. No more poor cousin business for agriculture. Agriculture must be a mainstay of our economy, delivering wealth for our people, feeding our people, and feeding other people outside of Jamaica who need what we have to offer here. The health system is in a crisis. We have a Minister of Health whose core competence is public relations. But if you go to a public health facility and you are sick, dog, normal supper, you can't get a bed, you have to sleep on a bench or sitting in a wheelchair for hours and hours. And if you need anything in there, it is not available. Or
affordable. It costs way more than you can afford. So, comrades, when you look at the crime and violence situation, they don't have a strategy for dealing with it. Every time there is a crisis in the country, like there was this week with what happened in Clarendon, you hear the same things being said over and over by the leadership of the country. And the people are tired of it. We need a balanced approach. We need to support our security forces with the necessary laws, with the necessary assets, so they can do their work and be effective. But we also have to uplift the youth them and give the youth them a proper chance in life, especially those who have been failed by the school system. They are people too, and we need them to be productive citizens so they don't terrorize the rest of us in the society. We have to uplift the youth by investing in the youth. So, comrades and friends, we have a whole heap of work to do. We want to tackle the real problems of this country and make a difference to put Jamaica on the path to wealth, where each and every one of I and I can feel nice in our own country, and we don't have to aspire to go to any other country to make it, because we can make it right here. So the system set right for everybody to make it in life. That's what we are dealing with. So my comrades and friends, when this election comes, I beg each and every one of you, take it serious. Make sure you come out and vote, and bring everybody who has said to you, them like Marty G, them love the PNP, them love Paul Patmore. Bring them out and make sure it's beside the head, because that is what matters on election day. If them bring the money team, don't sell out yourself. Don't sell out your family. Don't sell out your community. Don't sell out your constituency. Don't sell out your country. Stand firm and do what is necessary to move yourself and your family and your country forward on a better path, a path of righteousness, a path of progress, a path where each and every Jamaican can stand tall and say, I am smart in my own country, and I have a leader of our government that I can trust, because we are coming to serve and uplift the people of Jamaica. So, comrades, I feel the vibes. I feel the power of the people here tonight. So, Shalani, I feel like this is a new day and we're going to create history. A long time, we don't have a nice time, but we are going to have a nice time because we're going to make it happen with you working this man. So, comrades, I'm going to close by doing something necessary. And it is a formal procedure. I, with great humility and a sense of honor, am happy and pleased and proud to present to you, the people of South Trelawney, your candidate for the People's National Party in the next general elections, Paul Patmore.
Okay, gonna see.
All right. There is where we are going to close it, because of course we are going to deep dive as it relates to Andrew Holness led corrupted government, corruption after corruption. And before I get into that issue, right, we are going to just design tonight as we step chronologically speaking, right, and link, right, each videos, right? So, for people can get a clear understanding and, the clear situation as it relates to Andrew Holness' level of corruption. Corruption all over the Jamaica Labour Party. Serious corruption. We are also going to prove tonight, right, the DPP, right, deliberate in his in her actions of corruption. Totally deliberate. And the DPP effort in wanting to even fight the system plainly, right, to go against the Constitution, right, to protect corrupted government. And for me, I think that the DPP Paula Llewellyn account need to be investigated. Honestly, need to be investigated, because what is the reason that Paula Llewellyn would have to want to hold on? You reach a stage in your career where you can just resign, go home, and live comfortably. People, I want to argue with you, right, for people for better understanding as it relates to Paula Llewellyn's intention, right? Paula Llewellyn reached a stage, right, in her career where, okay, you can resign and go home and live comfortable and, forget all the stress. But Paula Llewellyn, for some reason, chose to stay on. So the question, why? Why? And what is it that Paula Llewellyn is waiting for? Now, tonight, I am going to open the doors for us to peep in. I am going to begin with Curry making certain speech as it relates to the rights of protecting the land. And let me say this. What Curry is talking about, it's also injured as it relates to the Andrew Holness-led government who want to move into the cockpit area as it relates to crony capitalism, right? The greed of the corporate, right? The greed of those who seek to suppress our people. And yes, Andrew Holness is doing it as a result of course, he's getting the benefits, right? As we rumor have it to say that both Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness have trucks at the backside doing haulage. And as such, that was a compromise situation to the fact that our backside levy was removed by Nigel Clark. Let me say this. Nigel Clark is the person who is there to fix things. And Nigel Clark knows how to fix things. Let me go back to the issues so that people understand quite clearly. One of the issues that Nigel Clark is fixing is the SSL situation. Also, the SSL situation is the situation that Paula Llewellyn is waiting on. Because that situation hinged on illicit enrichment, where Andrew now have a problem. So I want to explain this. Where Andrew Holness now have a problem to have his statutory declaration certified. Let me say this. Andrew Holness will never, ever able to certify his statutory declaration. Andrew Holness used all sorts of, situations to put the holes over people high, right? Taking 200 and 300% raise and use a law, right? So that whatever that the Integrity Commission investigators are investigating, they cannot reveal it until roughly about how many years. And when you check all of that, those are years Andrew Holness would have died and gone. So Andrew Holness want to be premeditated to say that, okay, generation upon generation after even reading it would believe that Andrew Holness' salary could have justified his wealth. And so then Andrew Holness burned down the entire bridge in terms of pressuring the economy, in terms of taking that 200 and 300% raise. One for the future. It looked as if his salary, but no, Andrew Holness, at the time that you are a billionaire, your salary, let us back up, people, at the time when you are doing your anky-panky, both you and Juliet Holness' salary was only $15 million. $15 million between you and Juliet Holness at the time when you're involved in your corruption, and you cannot change that. So we have to make the people have an understanding of what is going on as it relates to the level of wickedness. You understand? Suppressing the economy as a result of his wrongdoing. So you know what? Let me go through and play Richard Curry, right? Bring up the Curry clip, and I am going to deduce some information from that as we go to the NHT, and then we get into, right, the Kroll investigation and recommendation. Yes, let us get into the Curry first.
Bombshell. You never know that. You never know that, not true. So you never know, say, the Maroons can actually defend your rights on those pieces of Crown lands. You never know that either, right? I'm not going to tell you that. Let me give you another juice. Who did know, say, after 1962, what was entered into a 60-year agreement that was now called the Jubilee, which we celebrated in 2022. 2022 was signaling the end of an arrangement between the Crown and its colonies. What does that mean now? It means then, subsequent to the recognition of this Jubilee, you saw where Prince Charles, before he became king, made a very prominent speech, Commonwealth speech, where he spoke to the relationship of the Commonwealth, and he spoke about the willingness of nations wanting to move forward in becoming republic. Go look up that speech. He made it last year. I'm going to post it again. But he made it again. And why did you think he said what he said? He encouraged nations to pursue establishing their republic status. And these are his colonies that he's talking about. But what he said in that speech, it was that it's important, right, that conversations be had, right, to rectify long-standing issues between state parties and the indigenous communities, right? Why is that important? It's important because there are agreements that are there that must be honored. The Crown wants us to pull away. The Crown wants us to become a republic. We want to become a republic. But how can we become a republic that says, out of many, one people? When from this one people, there are so many that this government fails to recognize. They fail to acknowledge. And you want to unify the people on this land? You want to bring about peace and harmony on this land? Why do you think there's so much crime? Nobody has land. Nobody's settled. Nobody can plan. Generational wealth stop at one place up here, so. One set of people not to see generation wealth. Why aren't the police, doctors, lawyers, soldiers, why aren't there agreements in place for Crown lands to put lands into the possession of these people? How then are we expecting to fight crime and solve crime? How long we are going to hide behind the shadows of colonialism and not talk the truth? We are going to benefit with people them. Instead, now some pundits who know nothing, none of them don't know nothing about history. Right? Every night on the jump on line on there, and take that information, they get up tomorrow and the same thing you know look on. Good people there make them life sacrifices to open the eyes and not see it. Hey, I want to sit down for a second and listen. I want the disenfranchised, the disconnected. I want to stop for a second and listen. Because the fact of the matter is, we're not going to keep walking the same route, doing the same things, and expect changes. How can change come if you keep doing the same thing, brother and sister? God give you no mouth to talk up. Y'all have a voice. After 60 years, which the Jubilee would have been celebrated, that was a signal to the people and to the governments, formerly of the Crown, to begin these conversations, to settle long-standing issues, to settle our beloved nation. But some people won't allow that. Some people don't want that. And I will say it's not everybody in the government that's holding this position. It's only a few. So why do we keep allowing the few to behave as if they are the full authority and only authority that has a voice to speak on land here in Jamaica? I say this to them, I say it to them straight. You don't give up the treaty, you don't give up the whole land. Just know that. Don't come crying again. It's over after that. Ta-ta. Anyone sitting on Crown land in the last 60 years can claim for that land against the Crown, not Jamaica, not the government of Jamaica, the Crown. May I break piece of bread, you know now. So if you or your family is on a piece of Crown land, and you've been there for the last 60 years and you don't have no title, you can claim the land there, and we can help you do that. We can help you claim that land. There should be no one that's taken off Crown lands in today's world. Not today's Jamaica. There's a treaty. There is a treaty that preserved this land for you and the posterity, meaning your offsprings. So you want to get that way now? You don't want to get that way now and then come back and say, oh, government this, government that, and that. You don't have the right people. Now is the time for the people of the island to unify in telling the government what we want as a responsible government. We have the authority to now structure and settle our country how we want to settle it. You're going to just sit back and watch the Dolly House go on? I'm going to say it to you now, I'm going to say it to you again. You have land rights. You're an inhabitant of this island. The 60th Jubilee was a signal. And that is why Chief Curry stepped up his ante. Because we know what was happening. Not many pay attention to the history, not many pay attention to the culture. But lack of information shall be our demise. For the few who know, we will stand and fight until you recognize the importance of what it is we're fighting for. You think it's just for Maroons? No. I feel all I know. So all who think them attack and I say, oh, bad mind this, bad Maroon, them are this Maroon, I try this. Go and play your puppet games. You see the strings? The string over Maroon head. The Maroon, them must suffer. They must suffer. I don't think no pretty life up there. Yeah, we make it look good, but I don't think no pretty life up there. We land full of abundance here. We land full of abundance. We have food. Wake up no more. We have food. We have land. We have water. How much longer are you not going to deny yourself and deny your people? How much longer will you deny yourself your right, your full authority over your land? How much longer will you sit by and be puppeteered into believing that what the Maroons, the Moors are fighting for doesn't belong to you too? It's your inheritance too, brother. It's your inheritance too, sister. Make we settle the island. Make we fix the police them. Make we fix the soldier them. Make we fix the nurse, the doctor. Make we fix the tradesman them. Give them piece of land. Put it in an agricultural trust. Make we farm up Jamaica. And make we give them a return off of the land. The land is sitting there. Doing what? Oh, being earmarked for foreign interests and mining. Oh, okay. 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 Intelligence come to liberate you from a prison, brethren. Wake up. Wake up, Jamaica. Wake up. I'm going to start talk more. Cause it look like a this me I figure don't know. I'm not going to make nobody come and bad this up. I take off my statesman hat this minute because something see something a while ago would trigger me. I take off the statesman hat because I said I have to talk to you one-on-one right now. I'm going to wake you up again. See? The Maroons are fighting for you. The Maroons preserve the land for you. The Crown, in recognition of that, is indicating to a government who has an obligation to recognize its people, and they're not. But no, they'll recognize everybody else but their people. So we're not going to do about it. We're not going to sit down and give that way too? Oh, all right. All right, a Chief Courier no ad for. Remember, say Chief Courier fight for you, whether you love it or not. Whatever comes, remember that the Moors of this land defended you. And when your kids ask, Mommy, Daddy, what happened? Tell them the truth. Daddy was scared to say something. Mommy was afraid. We step out of corporate and step back into the hills because we see what was about to go down. And we're going to defend that. We do it by the books. We're not a rebel society. Right? We've been to Geneva. We've been to the international courts. We've been to the local courts. We've had the United Nations Regional Security Head come to a compound. We've had the US State Department and Embassy come to a compound. Why do you think these things are happening? Why do you think these people are coming to a compound? All right. Go and make people pick on the brain and use them like a bird brain pound. Here, whoever you saw work. Everybody who see the work, go and support the work. And who understand the mission, go and put in your work. See? A bigger call is coming. Make sure you're there to answer it. Love and honor, respect. Peace.
Okay. All right. Bless up the Maroon Chief for that speaking the truth. Right? So whoever here to hear, let them hear. Right? Now, why did Byron play that clip? It hinges on what we are going to discuss in showing you why Michael Manley fought so hard for us to own land, own a home, own a home. Michael Manley fought for this. Very hard. Home and education. So people, let me talk to you as it relates to what Curry just said. And that is one of the reasons why I choose that and choose the next clip before I get into the report to make people understand. It was critically important as it relates to the vision of Michael Manley, wanting us to move forward. Now, three things are vitally important. Education. An educated nation will advance and move forward, providing that the nation is educated. Land and house. Now, those are the areas that Jamaica Labour Party damage. Remember, we are just not speaking this. We have the evidence. Education, land, and house. Those are the areas JLP targeted to damage. Why? You said that. Of course, we have evidence of Rural Reid, what he had done to education, what Rural Reid had done to education. Education being attacked 3 times under the history of politics by the Jamaica Labour Party. So a party that means the country good and want to do nation building, moving the country forward, damaging our education system? No. No. When you look on the history of our politics, between 1954 and now, you have 3 education ministers, right, that corrupted our system to slow it down, rob from the children. Now, Andrew, we have seen where Andrew Holness, and this is why I put that as it relates to the wickedness that he had done in SSL, put the NHT money into SSL, a way how that they utilize to steal taxpayers' money. And that is one of the reasons why they are sitting on this SSL investigation, even although Kroll completed the investigation, but we are going to get into it. But before we get into it, let us give the reasons as it relates to the importance of why Michael Manley fought to home and what the NHT is now as opposed to then. In Michael Manley time, NHT exists to assist the poor, not exists to assist the rich. So for persons now who want the NHT loan, in some instances, they has to merge it also with a bank loan. Right? And so then the ordinary contributors and the masses of the contributors will not be benefited because government bureaucracy exempt them from the benefits. The government bureaucracy. So when you look on NHT, right, under Michael Manley government or PNP government, as opposed to an NHT under Andrew Holness-led government, it's night and day. NHT now only working for the rich. So then, let us clarify that with the evidence. Let us clarify that. And out of the mouth of Andrew Holness, what he said. Right? So let us clarify that with some evidence as it relates to Mark Boland. Take us through some literature here.
National Party Mark Golding is defending the National Housing Trust's NHT role as an affordable housing solution for Jamaicans. This follows an earlier statement by Prime Minister Andrew Holness that the NHT is not a charity.
The National Housing Trust is an institution established by Michael Manley for the benefit of the workers of this country, to give them an opportunity to own a home. That was social engineering at its best, and it has stood the test of time. And it has been used to do many things. And when public sector workers have been promised that government lands will be made available for the NHT to build houses for them, and the government is not delivering on that commitment, they have every right to complain. And it is absolute impudence and faciness to tell them the NHT is not a charity. Nothing can go so.
Speaking at the Spalding Divisional Conference in Clarendon on Thursday, he addressed concerns about the idea of NHT paying interest to commercial banks who will lend money to borrowers. He says this may make home ownership for Jamaicans more difficult.
Private financial institutions have a different approach to assessing whether or not somebody is a good credit to the National Housing Trust. The National Housing Trust is a development institution. It has a mandate to support the people of this country. Private financial institutions have a mandate to earn profits for their shareholders. And so when you go to borrow money from a financial institution in the private sector, for them it's all about ensuring that they can be paid back, and that's basically it. For the National Housing Trust, that is one factor, yes, but they're also looking at whether you fall within the categories of persons that they are there to support and help to own a home.
Golding is seeking clarity from Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Janelle Powell, CVM Live.
All right. Let us take away that, and we are going to now deep dive in our investigation as it relates to the Kroll investigators who investigated SSL and made their recommendation. And you see, I am going to show you something, my people, as it relates to this recommendation that the Kroll investigators made. Remember that this government used taxpayers' money to say, let me shape it, to say that, okay, based on this high-level crime, the Jamaican investigators, such a crime is out of the scope of the Jamaican investigators. And so they wanted assistance from the FBI. They told lie that the FBI was investigating. Now we know that is a lie. However, they went and they got Kroll and paid Kroll millions of dollars to do the investigation. Now, Kroll had done the investigation and made its recommendation. So let us get into that. Without any delay, let us bring up the Kroll recommendation of that report. Let us get into that. All right, so I want people to help, and we are going to break it down tonight. The Kroll, right? But before, okay, yes, we need this, but go up top. Yeah, we're going to read something so to make people understand, right? Now, so this is it, people. Kingston, Jamaica, Wednesday, April 17, 2024. Right? 1.0 background. The fraud at Stacks and Security Limited, SSL, is of public interest. The Financial Investigation Division has reported that the fraudulent schemes are now estimated to have affected over 200 accounts. So when we talk about the 200 accounts, within 200 accounts, you have the NHT, right? The National Insurance, and you name it. This is what Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark took taxpayers' money and put into SSL, knowing to the fact that SSL is a Ponzi scheme, and knowing to the fact that Andrew Holness is a shareholder in SSL. And the extent of the fraud exceeds 3 billion in value. SSL was a boutique wealth management firm with assets that represented approximately 0.6% of consolidated financial sector assets. You hear that, people? At the time the fraud came to public attention, SSL had custody of approximately $30 billion of client assets as a part of SSL off-balance sheet portfolio. There have been periodic updates from the entities managing the winding down of SSL, the transfer of its client balances to accounts designated by clients, and the investigation into the fraud. However, some members of the public have requested a consolidated update, which I now provide in this release from updates provided to me by the FSC, the FID, and the temporary manager. Right? So even although Nigel Clark is showing this, right, this doesn't get to the detail of the situation, but we read that paragraph there to show people, right, the level, right, of criminality that occurred there, right? So let us get down to Kroll recommendation, right? Because we don't need to go through all of this, right? We want to just go to Kroll. Now, here it is, people. The Kroll team, working with support of the government agencies, including the FID and FSC. People, I want you to take note as it relates to FID and FSC. Utilize technology, data analytics, and forensic expertise to produce a comprehensive and independent report of its findings in November 2023. The Kroll report has confirmed that the suspected fraudulent activity and mismanagement at SSL and its related parties were much broader than initially understood. So that means the crime bigger than what was reported. The amount of money that involved was bigger than previously reported. With the benefit of this report, their own investigations, and through collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, the FID has publicly reported that a file was submitted to the office. People, this is where we are going to get through, going through this and show you how corrupted the DPP is. And this is the reason why Paula Llewellyn, you understand, want to hold on. So let me just go through this paragraph. Let me read it again. With the benefit of this report, their own investigations, and through collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, the FID has publicly reported that a file was submitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the consideration of criminal what? Charges. Paper. Here it is. A file was submitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the considerations of criminal charges against individuals linked to the SSL network of companies, right? Or the companies pursuant to the Proceed of Crime Act, Larceny Act, and financial sector legislations. So, people, this is what I want to show as it relates to the recommendation for criminal charges, right, to be laid. Now, take it away. We are going to go to something else here. Take that away. Remember, people, I said that the Jamaica government, right, decided that, okay, the scope of the investigation is too large. And so then they have to get professional persons who understand, and can go through the nitty-gritty and the details and can go through all of the, the analytical research and come with a comprehensive report. Well, guess what? That's exactly what Kroll did. And Kroll, right, comb through properly and establish that, okay, all right, right here, people are to be charged. And Kroll sent that information, that comprehensive investigation sent to Paula Llewellyn. People, you are going to hear what Paula Llewellyn is now saying. It's amazing. Paula Llewellyn sat and that and don't want to charge anyone. Paula Llewellyn want statute of limitation, right? To activate, to utilize that. So even what they're doing, right, is delay tactics and strategy, right? Not to charge anyone. Not to charge anyone. And by saying this right now, I am going to tell you something, people, right? Because Gene and Pantan is not going to be charged also, although you see what they're playing out is just anti-punky and games. Anti-punky and games that they are playing out. Because they know if they fully charge Gene and Pantan and bring Gene and Pantan through the court, Gene and Pantan is going to speak the truth. Speak the truth, people. Let me show you what Paula Llewellyn is doing. Now let us go to the root. Unbelievable. This is what Paula Llewellyn is waiting on. Now, people, when you look and you see that, okay, when you see that the fraud, right, finish their investigation, completed their investigation and sent a comprehensive report to the DPP, to this corruption here. And this corruption sits on the report. Sits on the report.
But what happened to the acting personnel who's in the office?
Right?
Why doesn't she take it up?
Exactly. And as what my wife said, the acting person, that is Thompson, who sits in the DPP office, why is she not taking it up? So look, people, hear the flimsy excuse that Paula Llewellyn is now saying why she is not forthcoming with charges. Listen, people, look at this. DPP Llewellyn Clark trade words with Golden on SSL fraud probe, right? Because Mark Golden, right, want to find out why she's not moving. She's just sitting on the report. Made a clash of words between opposition leader Mark Golden and finance and the public service minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, over the perceived slow pace of the ongoing probe into the multi-billion-dollar fraud at Stocks and Security Limited. The director of the public prosecution, Paula Llewellyn, has said her office cannot sacrifice accuracy on the altar of expediency. Stop right there, so now. Here you are, Paula. When you are to charge your friend them, because yes, they are a friend them, when you are to charge, right, the person who involved, you don't want to charge because you know who involved in it. You get the report. You get the report, Paula. You know who needs to be charged. But now you're talking about accuracy on the altar. Let us start, people. When Paula Llewellyn was dealing with the Vibes Cartel case, did Paula Llewellyn speak about accuracy on the altar? And even when Paula Llewellyn know that there was a tampered jury, you want to follow me now, people? You want to follow me? Even when Paula know that there was a poison juror, Paula Llewellyn proceed with the case. Proceeded with the case, waste millions of taxpayers' money in terms of how this case, you understand, rubber through how many years. And here is Paula Llewellyn now. Here is hypocrite Paula Llewellyn now. Get these persons to charge, right? Whosoever should get to charge in the report, in the comprehensive report. And this is what the director of public prosecution, Paula Llewellyn, has said. Her office cannot sacrifice accuracy on the altar for expediency. So, Paula, I am asking you, how you sacrifice accuracy on the altar of expediency in the Vibes Cartel case? How did you do that? How did you do that? So then, when we talk about two laws, one for the rich and one for the poor, one for the rich and one for the poor, Paula Llewellyn, you're corrupt. You're outrightly corrupt. Now, let us read on. In fact, Llewellyn said her office reserves the right to make an independent assessment of the case in a timely manner. So then, when it comes to government, members of government and other and persons who are your friend, you understand, to be charged, you want to ensure that you have done it in a timely manner. But when it comes to other case, you don't respect that you are breaking the law. You just, how many cases that you have tried with tamper jury? How many cases that you have tried with tamper jury? When you are talking about accuracy on the altar as opposed to expediency. Now, she understood in a statement on Friday that her office is still awaiting outstanding document. People want to look on this paragraph and now. She underscored in a statement on Friday that her office is still awaiting outstanding documents from the Financial Investigation Division. Right? Therefore, it cannot make a ruling in the case of this nature without a file being completed. Now, people, this is bullshit. Let us get into it and let us break it down, people. Let us break down this. She underscored in a statement on Friday that her office is still awaiting outstanding document from the Financial Investigation. Paula Llewellyn, what sort of outstanding document that you are waiting on when we paid millions of dollars to Kroll, right? Where Kroll are the experts. They are the experts. They have used their expertise, right? They also work with FID, right? And they completed a report, a comprehensive report. You have it on your desk, Paula. So what sort of information you are waiting on? Did Kroll completed their investigation? And Kroll handed you a comprehensive report. So if Kroll handed you a comprehensive report, after we pay millions of dollars, remember that the Prime Minister and Nigel Clark, liar Nigel Clark, said that the case was extremely serious and it beyond the scope of our investigators in Jamaica. And we use taxpayers' money to go and get, you understand, the so-called best of the best. Now, the so-called best of the best, right, came to the country, completed the investigation, and prepared their comprehensive report and gave it to you. And now this is what you are saying to all of the case. Paula Llewellyn, you are a corruption. You are a living corruption. Though we understand and share the concerns of all well-thinking members of the public, you know, share the concern of all well-thinking members of the public. And you and your friend them are work the case there. Members of the public to hold criminal offenders to account in financial crimes. We cannot sacrifice accuracy and quality preparation and the altar of expediency declared Llewellyn. Then Ms. Llewellyn, let me ask you and the government. Then that is the reason why we went and get Kroll, to make sure that we are accurate with the investigation. So what you are saying now, Paula Llewellyn, are you saying that the report that Kroll gave you, right, is not accurate? Is that what you are saying now? And you are saying the report that Kroll had given you is not of quality, right? These are experts. Kroll had done investigation on a global scale, and of the experience and the wit. And here you are, as a result of corruption, as a result of you failing to charge the people who Kroll recommend for you to charge. Number one, we don't even get any names of those persons in the report. So here again, Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness not forthcoming to the people. Who are these people who are recommended to be charged in this report? We only get the Kroll investigation recommendation, and you hold back, Nigel Clark hold back the belly of the report. So then, if the belly of the report, right, is not dealing with issues as it relates to government corruption, why Nigel Clark is holding back the report and just barely give us something as it relates to just the recommendation, and yet Paula Llewellyn now is now seasoning that in her office, doesn't want to move forward with any charges. So Paula Llewellyn, this is the case that you are waiting on. This is one of the reasons why now you are fighting the Constitution to make you go back into the office, because this is the case you want to clear up. Yes, Paula Llewellyn, here it is. This is the case you want to clear up. So let me ask, Ms. Thompson, you are there now. What is the status on this case? Her comments followed accusation by Golden that the DPP's office has been dragging its feet on the case, and that is 100% true. Take this away. Take this away. I only want to show the people, right, the high level of corruption as it relates to Paula. We had paid millions of dollars to Kroll to carry out the investigation because Nigel Clark, right, said that the scope of the investigation, right, is out of the reach of our internal investigators. And so they go outside and choose the best of the best. Now, the best of the best completed the report, right, and then send the report now to Paula Llewellyn, to the DPP, for the DPP to come with charges. And you hear what the DPP is saying? Now going around the clock, running all around the clock, running all around the clock. And so then, now we understand this is the case, Paula Llewellyn, that you are waiting on. This is what you are fighting on. Because guess what? This case is going to expose both Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness. You understand, as it relates to SSL? This case is going to open up everything. Who are the beneficiaries of the big robbery? Who are the beneficiaries of the big oil robbery? So far, we know that one person definitely benefited, which is Andrew Holness. Now, let me show you something, people. To show you the corruption of Paula Llewellyn, I am going to show you the outright corruption of Paula Llewellyn. Paula Llewellyn keep a seminar some time ago, and Paula Llewellyn spoke in the seminar and tell you how a prosecution need to work with investigators when it comes to high-profile case. People, and me said that, it is Paula Llewellyn who said that out of her mouth, that she, Paula Llewellyn, and the investigators need to work hand in hand, you understand, to make sure that they have a good case to prosecute. And Paula Llewellyn was talking about her testicular fortitude, right? So then tell me now, Paula Llewellyn, tell me now, the investigators, you understand, and you are not working. You and the investigators are not working to prosecute this case. Now, let us show you Paula Llewellyn in the seminar bragging about her testicular fortitude and speaking what the prosecutor and the investigator need to do, right, to prosecute a good case. And here is Paula Llewellyn. No, right? The investigators finished their case. Comprehensive, outside investigators, expert, finished the case and said, here is the case. We have completed the case, right? And here are, possible charges that need to be laid. And Paula Llewellyn, you're sitting down now and now asking that you need, right, additional report from FID. Why you need additional report from FID? Remember, we already established that this investigation is out of the scope of FID. So if it's out of the scope of FID and we went overseas to get Kroll, why you need a report from FID? People don't make sense. The government of Jamaica realized that the scope of the crime is too large, right, and too technical for the Jamaican investigators. And so they went and get Kroll, who had done many of these investigations. And now Kroll gave them a comprehensive report. And now what they are saying, Paula need other documentation from FID. Kroll would have gotten all of that documentation already. Kroll would have done the investigation, the deep dive, and gathered all the evidence, what needs to be gathered, and hand it to you, Paula Llewellyn. So you now sits there and talking about, okay, I am anticipating document from FID. It's a joke. It's a big joke, because remember that FID and Kroll, they work together. And they collected all the necessary information that needs to be collected and have a comprehensive report and send it to you. Unbelievable. So, Paula, this is the case that you are waiting on. Jamaican people, this is the case that Paula Llewellyn is waiting on. Paula Llewellyn, you're a 100% corruption. 100% corruption. Let us play the video in terms of you in the seminar and let the people then see how you were just lambasting and just, I'm talking about the testicular fortitude, right? And yet when you are to utilize testicular fortitude and charge these men, the testicular fortitude disappear. So why your testicular fortitude disappear in this case when people to get charged? And you're not going to charge them? You are there. You're not going to charge any one of these people. We have paid millions of dollars, and I'm tired to be repeating myself, but I just have to, because the madness coming out of the DPP's office after we spend millions of dollars to go and get Kroll. So then let us get into the successful prosecuting and show the people how, you understand, Paula Llewellyn, you understand, using testicular fortitude in this seminar and not using her testicular fortitude. You understand, when you're supposed to deal with corruption. That's why you are so corrupted, Paula.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all distinguished participants, distinguished presenters. Young man, the only thing you forgot was Paula Vanessa Llewellyn. I love my middle name. I think that this conference has come at a very good time in our history. And of course, we know the big elephant that is in the room, but none of us here should be intimidated by it, because it's a conference like this that helps to reaffirm, reassure all of us that we are capable. And one of my favorite phrases, that after this conference, our testicular fortitude will be further entrenched to meet the challenges. Now, prosecuting financial crimes, I understand I have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to go through quickly. Okay. Who is the prosecution? The prosecution means not just the prosecutors who appear in court, but includes persons such as police officers and other state officials connected with the investigation and conduct of the case against the accused person. And this was reformulated by Mr. Justice Panton in the Jamaican Court of Appeal in a case involving a police officer as the accused, Harry Daly, and the Queen. So it means that even though the investigator may think, this information here that I've gathered, this statement, this video, the CCTV reel, it's not relevant. If the prosecution does not disclose it at a later date, that non-disclosure after a conviction in the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council, we can pay the penalty for it and the conviction will be quashed. So we are joined at the hip, the investigator and the prosecutor, to make the prosecution. So we have prosecutors being the clerk of courts in the parish court, prosecutors in the DPP's office, Crown Counsel. We have prosecutors with state agencies like MOCA, FID, Integrity Commission, and we have any external attorney who has a fiat from me to prosecute. Now, how does the prosecutor prosecute? It is a wise and prudent prosecutor who makes sure that, especially in technical cases, you have case collaboration and case consultation with the investigator. It is an even more intelligent, astute, and wise investigator who makes sure that they never ever subjugate their common sense to that demon ego. And excess of ego will neutralize common sense, because ultimately, even if you gather all the evidence that you believe is relevant, if certain things are not picked up, certain challenges are not picked up from day one, loopholes are not closed, it may still mean that you go to court and the prosecutor is given a lemon, so to speak, and the case falls apart. So for strategic and effective investigations, to determine what investigative tools are best, determining the way to proceed in addition to the substantive charges, for example, larceny, fraudulent conversion, whether we're going to have forfeiture proceedings, civil recovery, money laundering charges to be laid, or whether you have criminal charges that are to be laid, whether they are appropriate, what is most appropriate. Case consultation is very valuable. And let me be quite clear. For, I would say, the average prosecutor, and I'm going to include myself as the average prosecutor.
Hey, are you worried about buying a used car? Did you know that finding a good used car is like winning?
Financial crimes to prosecute are not the most sexy topics that one likes to prosecute. And you have a lot of investigators, unless you have had specialized training and you have the particular proclivity in terms of being able, and some prosecutors have it, to really gather around and be energized by boxes of documents and papers. You tend to find, for some investigators, some prosecutors, and indeed some judges, financial crimes are not particularly sexy. For some prosecutors, give us the run-of-the-mill murder, circumstantial evidence. Sometimes it gets very gory. Sometimes it gets very risky security-wise. But for some of us, nothing energizes you and gets the adrenaline going like the run-of-the-mill or extraordinary offense against the person.
Yes. Yes, folks, I stop it there because I get the main ingredients, what I wanted as it relates to what she said. Let me just break it down for us. Paula Llewellyn just stated that when it comes to certain investigations, particularly high-profile investigation, this is what came out of her mouth just a while ago, that it takes, what is important is case collaboration. case collaboration. Bear that in mind. That is what Paula Llewellyn just said. As it relates to both FID and Kroll collaborating together, doing the investigation, and where she, who's supposed to have that level, right, of connectivity with those investigators, as according to her, saying only a prudent prosecutor, right, would corroborate as it relates to case collaboration. But Paula Llewellyn just said something that convicted her. Paula Llewellyn said when it comes to financial crime, right, that is not so fancy. But what she also said that other prosecutors may struggle with it. And so then it's best that you use persons who are specialized training, person who are trained in that area. So now come here, Paula Llewellyn. Come here, Paula Llewellyn. Let me ask you a question. So Paula Llewellyn, remember, Kroll investigators are the specialists. Kroll investigators are the specialists. You said it out of your mouth, right? That prosecutor need to consult with them, right? Investigators need to work with them. And so then you have these specialists from Kroll came, investigate, finish their investigation, and gave you a comprehensive report. And yet you are still overlooking that report and said that you are waiting for other documents from FID. Remember that we already established that FID and other investigative body in Jamaica doesn't have the scope, doesn't have the expertise to carry out an investigation as it relates to SSL, as it relates to the high level of pilfering, right? And certain technicalities. No, the technical people came in, the expert came in, complete the report and gave it to you. Then why you go back to FID? Why are you going back to FID for what? It was a collaborative effort between FID and Kroll. So what I don't understand. Paul, why are you going back to FID for what? What are the documents that you're waiting on? FID and Kroll collaborated in carrying out this investigation and found out that people are to be charged. And then we don't know the people who are to be charged. You sit on it. Just like all the coke being found, the $30 billion coke being found, right? And the names of those persons being held by a corrupted government who doesn't want to what? ID them. It is the same behavior that you are doing. The same nasty behavior. Now, let us show you that other prosecutor, right, senior prosecutor at your level, right, is actually saying that you are corrupt. Senior prosecutor at your level, Paula Llewellyn, is saying that you are corrupt. So it is not only Mystic Sensation is saying that you are corrupt. You are corrupt in every letter, right, that using corruption. You are corrupt to every letter. Now let us pray and show you what other senior prosecutor in your bracket is saying about you. Now, without any delay, let us lift up. Let us show what other, other senior prosecutor, right at your caliber is saying about you, right? Because you're obviously corrupt. You don't joke about it. You're obviously corrupt.
Evening, a battle is brewing between the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP Paula Llewellyn, and Senior Deputy DPP Catherine Pike. In a letter to the government, Ms. Pike not only called for a new DPP, but appealed for an investigation into the operations of the office.
But as Kelisha Williams reports, Ms. Llewellyn fired back, describing Ms. Pike as a bully who has always been bitterly resentful and upset that she is not the boss.
It's a clash between prosecutors. First, Senior DPP Catherine Pike sends a letter to the Prime Minister and the Justice Minister not to extend the tenure of DPP Paula Llewellyn and select a new DPP. She stressed that there is a plethora of problems plaguing her office which should be investigated. One, Ms. Pike said she and other prosecutors have concerns about the growth and validity of the office under Llewellyn's leadership. In fact, she said some prosecutors have expressed a lack of confidence in her leadership. Two, Ms. Pike indicated that under the office of the current director, the office has consistently lost some of the most gifted legal minds, and the attrition rate has never been as high as currently being experienced in the past 7 years in the history of the office. And she indicated that there are many persons seeking to leave. Three, she noted that of the 56 prosecutors employed to the office of the DPP, less than 50% have experience of 5 years and over. She noted in an era of trial readiness and case management, inexperienced prosecutors are being asked to represent the state's interest in complex and serious cases. She also cited the absence of the prosecutors from the DPP's office appearing before the UK-based Privy Council since 2008. Ms. Pike suggests the government conduct a poll to find out whether the members of staff are in support of Llewellyn's leadership. But hours after the letter dropped on Friday, another bombshell, which saw DPP Paula Llewellyn in defense mode. In a 6-page response, Ms. Llewellyn said although she's an experienced prosecutor, Ms. Pike has always been bitterly resentful, extremely upset, and expressed feelings of hurt and disrespect to me and other members of staff because she has not been placed to head a unit. Ms. Llewellyn noted that in her efforts to be fair, she has persevered with Pike and ignored her behavior. In another twist, Ms. Llewellyn said it is only she and other senior deputies who have been successful in not being target of her bullying and intimidation. As it relates to the DPP's office at the Privy Council, Ms. Llewellyn said the information as it relates to the representations in the Privy Council would never be revealed to Ms. Pike, as it would only be revealed on a need-to-know basis. She indicated that her HR director has advised that they will have to invite the Office of the Services Commission to conduct a full investigation into the unprofessional conduct of Ms. Pike, which has put the office into disrepute in order to rid the process of any semblance of bias and ascertain the truth concerning this matter. Kelisha Williams, TVJ News.
Well, people, so there it is, as it relates to Mrs. Pike concern. And Mrs. Pike of genuine concern. Because we have seen so many cases, particularly, right, where Paula Llewellyn either used statute of limitation, right, to get off these people, right? Particularly, we talk about the NWC president. We know that was a clear and where Paula Llewellyn admitted that obviously there are clear signs, you understand, that the charges, you understand, were worthy, but yet utilize statute of limitation, right, to throw out the case. So everything what Ms. Pike is saying, you understand, as it relates to concern, and other prosecutors have very serious concern as it relates to Paula Llewellyn behavior, right? Paula Llewellyn is outrightly corrupt. Outrightly corrupt, right? When you look at situations in terms of what happened with the Prime Minister's statutory declaration, right? I showed clip here as it relates to St. Lucia, where the St. Lucia prosecutor, right, did not delay anything. The St. Lucian prosecutor step out and charge who's supposed to be charged. What the St. Lucia prosecutor said, from once there are time that you need to file your statutory declaration and you have not filed it, right? She stepped in and she, right, bring forth the charge. What Paula Llewellyn has done as it relates to what is going on with the illicit aid. Let us start, people. The illicit aid, Paula Llewellyn sits there, right, and watch the illicit sex expand to illicit aid, and nothing from Paula Llewellyn, right? And so then the Integrity Commission have to start to be so diplomatic in terms of, you know, treating the report a particular way, anticipating her departure. Just look at that. So if the Integrity Commission did have the level of confidence in Paula Llewellyn, this case would have long proceeded. This case would have long proceeded. We have seen a situation with Andrew Holness as it relates to the illegal awarding of contract, right? And where persons are to be charged. And no one was charged, right? And so then the corruption prosecutor deal with that, not the DPP, the corruption prosecutor, right? So then when you look at these and talk about abuse of process, not to charge Andrew Holness. And so then when you use that, when you have solid evidence, and then the only thing that you have to use is abuse of process, not to charge the Prime Minister or other persons who are who involved, right? No, in other democratic country, Andrew Holness would have been charged. And now to the fact that you didn't charge Andrew Holness as it relates to then, as it relates to the illegal awarding of contract, now Andrew Holness now have a different thing as it relates to what? Illicit enrichment. His statutory declaration cannot be certified. Just look at this. Now let us get into some deeper matters here. Without any delay, let us play this. And we hear Cliff Hughes, right, is asking serious questions, right? And so then, let us listen to what Cliff Hughes is saying here.
You know, this government has done a lot to fight against corruption because I believe that Jamaica is a corrupt society and has to change, right? We have to be a part of the change.
And that is why, Chris, the Prime Minister needs to clear up this matter as to why his statutory filings to the Commission have not been certified.
Well, because the Prime Minister is the person who filed.
Yes, and he would have been advised. No, Chris. Yes. He would have been advised. He would have been asked, explain A, B, or C. Why is it that we... Oh, let me finish. He would have been advised, what is the problem? The commissioners... Hold on, let me tell you. The commissioners cannot speak because you know of the gag clause. They cannot speak. So the only person who can speak to the people of Jamaica who are being fed, a narrative now and seeing, but wait, what happened with Andrew? Why am I always in problems with the Integrity Commission? Why this report? Why the Integrity Commission can't sign off on him statutory filings? The Prime Minister needs to clear it up.
The best person to clarify same would have been the Integrity Commission. Because you filed, Cliff, you filed to me.
Well, he should then tell the commissioners, go ahead and tell the people of Jamaica.
You can't do that, Cliff.
Why can't do it?
It's to put a gag order on these entities, like the Integrity Commission.
Yes.
It's from both sides.
Yes.
It's TNP and sign off on it.
And Chris, in light of that, he can, he's not subject to any gag. It concerns him.
Must use a veto power
No, I'm saying it concerns. No, Chris, you're better than that. Don't play cute with me. The Prime Minister is not subject to any gag order. The commissioners are. The Prime Minister is not. It's his filings. It's him who is taking a beating in the public square about the perception and the rumors. Yes? Why him thing can't sign off.
There's two things that you and I will agree on. And I agree with you. It needs to be clarified. You and I might disagree on who's supposed to clarify it. I am believing that the person who you filed to are the one who's supposed to give the clarification. So we disagree to agree on that. But here's my other point, Cliff.
The commissioner can't do that.
You know the good thing about it,
can't.
The Prime Minister, in his capacity as the Prime Minister, did not do what we are expecting from some of these corrupt people, is to go to the court and say to the court, file an injunction and prevent this report from coming out to the public. You remember what happened a few years ago with similar reports of a member of parliament? Let's move the Prime Minister cap now and narrow it down to 2 members of parliament, Lisa Hanna and Ian Hill, who went to the court and took out an injunction and bar a report of similar content from coming to the public. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Sir.
So when the Prime Minister in his capacity did not take such action, it tells me that there's hope for this country. There's hope for Jamaica. Because he could have easily gone down the same route and said, look, I don't want anybody to know what is in this report.
Listen now, Chris. Yeah? The Prime Minister occupies the most powerful office in the land.
And he's not above reproach, Mr. Hughes.
No, he's not.
And I hope you will relate that to Mr. Golden. Because if he intends to be Prime Minister of Jamaica and thinking that he's going to be above reproach, that is wrong. So
well,
that message needs to get to Mr. Golden, Mr.
Well,
Hughes.
Chris,
yes,
I'm speaking about Prime Minister Holness now, who is on the front pages in the news from yesterday evening. Yes? And while I am of the view that this report is no smoking gun, there's no case there in my opinion.
I agree with you on that.
Right?
Yes.
However, as somebody who observes what happens in this country, yes, the reality is there's this perception that this report is fueling.
Yes.
That will put fire or oil on this report.
Yes.
Yeah. And it has to do with the Prime Minister's filings.
Cliff, you see that word you used earlier? That perception, Cliff?
Yes.
Mr. Hughes.
But it can't be no more than perception. It can't be no more than perception right now.
Remember, one of the most successful infrastructure programs in this country was JDIP.
Chris,
yes,
come on. You're drawing red herrings now. You're drawing red herrings now, Chris.
No, man.
Yes, you.
Well, let me talk to him. Chris, Chopper John. Chris, a.k.a. Chopper John. You're drawing red herring now. Come on now, Chris. Now, why you think Chris is talking like that? When you have Chris who have a certification in food and beverage, get a sweetheart deal as it relates to the Western Regional Children's Hospital, where he is the project manager, and has no certification as it relates to any civil engineering, and getting more pay than a civil engineer. You see why Chris have to fling out those red herrings, right? You see why Chris has to talk about Andrew Holness transparent. Now, Chris, you didn't know that it is Andrew Holness institute the gag order on the Integrity Commission. You never know that. So then, as a claim to you that the Prime Minister wants transparency, the Prime Minister would have this and the Prime Minister would have that. You understand? You never know that. It is Andrew Holness, right? It's Andrew Holness gagged the Integrity Commission with Section 53, subsection 3. So this is one of the reasons why people like you, Chris, you understand, because you're eating out of the trough, right? You being, right, a F&B person, right, food and beverage person, ending up on a site, on a construction site, doing what? What are you doing there? Eh? You have no certification in engineering or architect. Nothing like that. But yet, you are there getting more pay. So then let me ask you something, Chris. Because I know that all of that money doesn't belong to you, you know. So that is all the corruption spin. Because you get X amount, and when you collect your pay, X amount need to let off to who put you there. These are the corruption that, and you go on the length of bread when you know what Cliff Hughes is saying to you is right. But you want to use might to beat right. The Prime Minister's statutory declaration need to be certified. And here you to show you it's either you are extremely corrupted, which you are, but you so iron and cold-hearted that you want to spin it now to say it is the Integrity Commission need to certify Andrew Holness's statutory declaration. Let me ask you a question, Chris. Chopper John, let me ask you a question. When the Prime Minister said he get loans from the bank, and the investigation and the investigators investigate that and can't find the evidence, what the investigators need to do, what the Integrity Commission investigators need to do, need to certify Andrew Holness Secretary Declaration. It is Andrew Holness need to get that documentation from whatever bank. He said that he have loans from bank and that is not forthcoming. So then tell me, Duns Chris, you tell me, because you like to lose your head, right? What the Integrity Commission to do? Explain to us how the Integrity Commission is going to certify Andrew Holness Statutory Declaration. Me never know say it is the Integrity Commission. You understand? Have accounting and SSL. Me never know that the Integrity Commission investigators buy big house, buy land and big house of Beverly Hills. Me never know that the Integrity Commission do that. And so then it is the Integrity Commission need to go and get the requisite documents that been asked for, right? And come and certify Andrew Holness Statutory Declaration, because at the Integrity Commission, investigators then go buy the big house. Yeah? Me never know say the Integrity Commission investigators then do that. So the Integrity Commission need, you understand, to justify and certify the Prime Minister Statutory Declaration by present what? Present what? Andrew Holness from Wapia Kill Philip. The Integrity Commission had given him time and more time plus time. It's 2021. Statutory declaration cannot be certified. You get in your head, Chopper John? It's 2021 statutory declaration cannot be certified. So you talk about 22, 23 into 24. 2+ years. Now, Andy Bryan said this is the type of misinformation that we are talking about with these GLP fools. Right? Exactly, Andy. Exactly. The man outrightly knowing that the Prime Minister is wrong, but because the man eat out of the trap, because he's working at Western Regional Children's Hospital as a project manager, getting more paid than a real project manager, where him don't know how to read blueprint. You understand? I understand nothing about civil engineering. You understand? Those certified in civil engineering. But yet, he's out there. These are the corruption where the Jamaican Labour Party do. You understand?
Certified in a starting point.
You understand what I say? And so what is he out there doing? Cooking up steel, and mixing cement, cooking up steel. That is what he is doing. Foolishness, bullshit. Now, let us get into the belly of this thing. Right? This is what is very serious. And we are not going to let it go. Right? Because if Andrew Holness believes that we are going to let it go, we are not going to let it go. Here it is. Integrity Commission's processes related to Holness statutory declarations nearing completion. Now, see it? The Integrity Commission, Jamaica's main anti-corruption agency, said its processes involving income and assets declaration by the Prime Minister Andrew Holness are nearing completion. Now, that is what Earsa say now. People want to know look what up Earsa say. Because the Integrity Commissions are saying something different. I don't know how the cleaner, right, constructed this. This is what, as it relates to the first paragraph, what they are saying. While the Integrity Commission, right, investigators are saying something different. Because they are saying that the Integrity Commission, right, Jamaica's main anti-corruption agency, said its process involving income and assets declaration by the Prime Minister Andrew Holness are nearing completion. That is not what the Integrity Commission are saying, that it is nearing in completion. Nothing like that. So let us read precisely, right, and deduce what the Integrity Commission's investigators are saying. Now, the Commission's chairman, Justice Seymour Panton, gave the update in his remarks in the agency annual report for 2023-2024 that was tabled in the House of Representatives on Tuesday afternoon. Holness declaration for 2021 have not been certified. This is what the investigators are saying. Not been certified, which has affected subsequent submissions. So they are not saying that the Integrity Commission, Jamaica main anti-corruption agency, said its process involving income and assets declaration by the Prime Minister Andrew Holness are nearing completion. That is not what they are saying. That is not what they are saying. What they are saying here is Holness declaration for 2021 have not been certified, which has affected subsequent submissions. The issue has been a major source of political controversy, especially with general election just over a year away, and that is why Mystic Sensation now let him go. This they carry him straight through election. Justice Panton acknowledged public questions about the issue, saying much has been written and said, right? Because Justice Panton fed up now, you know. Here it is. Justice Panton is showing his frustration in this paragraph. Hear what the man said. Justice Panton acknowledged public questions about the issue, saying much has been written and said, open quote and close quote, over the non-certification of Holness declarations. Of course, it is a big concern. Big concern. And the Prime Minister, you understand from when, as I know that his statutory declaration cannot be certified and will never be able to be certified. He noted that the Director of Information and Complaint is required to examine the declarations and inform the Commission once he is satisfied that they are completed. Right? So now they have no where the Commission reaches. Right? They have not been satisfied. They have not been satisfied. Right? It must be remembered that to satisfy itself of the due completion of a statutory declaration, the Director of Information and Complaint shall make such inquiries as he considers necessary. The inquiries are aimed at determining accuracy, he said, with the reference to the Integrity Commission Act. Panton added, given the restriction imposed by the Act as regard statutory declaration generally and matters related thereto, I may only say that the process of the Commission are nearing completion in the respect of the Prime Minister's declaration. Now, in February, Holness confirmed that he was in the process of providing additional information sought by the Commission. So then, all of that information from when, over 3 years, right, none of them cannot come forward. to have his statutory declaration certified. In an interview on the Nationwide Radio on Monday, only said he and the commission have had further exchanges. Now, let us take that away. Let us take that away. Let me ask a question. People, let us be fair now with this. Mark Golding's statutory declaration would be more complex than Andrew Holness's statutory declaration because Mark Golding has businesses, right? And for me, I can't understand, right, how Mark Golding each year have his statutory declaration certified on time. On time. And then Andrew Holness, right, statutory declaration would have a less complexity. Having this problem cannot be certified. So then, what are we waiting on? Let us ask. What the DPP is waiting on now? Right? What the corruption prosecutor is waiting on? Because Andrew Holness's statutory declaration just will never be able to be certified. So what are they waiting on? This man needs to be charged. Andrew Holness needs to be charged. Stop the hanky-panky. Stop the hanky-panky. Now, let us go to our next clip.
Okay.
Let us go to our next clip. This is very serious.
Many countries, including Jamaica, public officials are required to file statutory declarations of their assets, liabilities, and income as a measure to promote transparency and combat corruption. A statutory declaration is a legal document submitted by a public official that lists their financial interests. This includes properties, bank accounts, shares, and any other valuable possessions. This covers debts, loans, and other financial obligations. This involves declaring sources of income beyond the official salary, such as rental income, investments, or business earnings. In Jamaica, the Integrity Commission oversees the statutory declarations of public officials. According to the Integrity Commission Act 2017, public officials, including the Prime Minister, are required to submit these declarations annually. The purpose is to ensure that public officials are not enriching themselves unlawfully while in office. The Integrity Commission has stated that it is unable to certify Prime Minister Andrew Holness's statutory declarations for 2021 and 2022. It indicates serious issues with the declarations he has submitted. Certification by the Integrity Commission typically involves verifying the accuracy and completeness of the information provided. Non-certification can signal potential red flags, such as unexplained wealth, hidden assets, or undisclosed sources of income. It raises suspicions about the integrity of the official's financial dealings. This situation can erode public trust in the Prime Minister and the government, fostering a climate of suspicion and doubt regarding the administration's transparency and accountability. By the way, correctional officers in Jamaica are required to submit their statutory declaration. So, in summary, the Integrity Commission is unable to certify Prime Minister Andrew Holness's statutory declarations for 2021 and 2022. It likely means that while he has submitted his declarations, they contain errors or omissions that prevent the Commission from verifying their accuracy and completeness.
Okay. So then, we just get that piece of clip to let people understand as it relates to the difficulty in terms of the Integrity Commission having a problem to have Andrew Holness's statutory declaration certified. Obviously, Andrew Holness had lied on the statutory declaration, given the Integrity Commission investigators or the complaint department, right? Let us say the complaint department, because I believe that that's the complaint department, that they're having issues as it relates to Andrew Holness, salary, income cannot justify his wealth. They're having serious problems with that. Remember now when we look on the 2019 statutory declaration, where Andrew Holness, right, is now reporting a total assets, income and assets, to be about $171 million. Now, the undisclosed asset that is straight in front of our eyes would be, when you look and see that Juliet Holness, you understand, $800 million apartment development at least flat, right, has not mentioned on the 2019 statutory declaration. So that we know for sure, right, that it is that asset, right? They did not disclose it. They did not disclose it. So that is undisclosed asset. Because as it relates to the current market value, right, for that property, right, should have been reflecting in the 2019 statutory declaration. And not only that, we are getting information that that is not the only development that Juliet Holness, right, has done. Yes, Juliet Holness, right, based on rumor, right, is constructing other properties, other development, at least flat, right? And where people are complaining about it. So then, when you have your statutory declaration, right, showing a total assets of $171 million, right, you have obviously lied. And based on you tell that lie on the statutory declaration, Andrew Holness should have been charged. Just for the line. Just for the lie. He should have been charged. Corruption prosecutor, right? Where that issue is. And so then, when Mark Golding win, what I am advising Mark Golding to do is to set a limitation, right, as it relates to the time that for persons who are to have their statutory declaration certified, there should be a limitation on that. So if there was a limitation to say, okay, within 1 year, you have to bring forth the requisite documents, and if you don't bring forth the requisite document, then automatically you are going to be charged. Andrew Holness would have been charged already. So Andrew Holness just live right in that gray area, right? Live right in that gray area, to the fact that there is no form of law that stipulates the length of time that he can take, you understand, as it relates to bringing those requisite information.
There was 4 months grace period up to the end of June or something like that.
Right? And we are charged need to pursue after that. Here is the Prime Minister openly, lied on the statutory declaration. So tell me, right, why the Prime Minister is not being charged. Right? It states clearly that if you lied on the statutory declaration, then you shall pay the consequence. Why the Prime Minister is not paying that consequence? No, so let us go into the hypocrite Andrew Holness. And are we saying, people, that for some of those, we know that some people have the criminal mind, so they are not going to change, right? Particularly for some of those who are following the Jamaica Labour Party and don't see anything wrong as it relates to Andrew Holness' statutory declaration. There was a poll that went out as it relates to how people, view Andrew Holness' statutory declaration in terms of is it okay for him to proceed, right, in the politics without certifying his statutory declaration, and you have 80%, right, deciding that he should not proceed, right? 80%. So when we look, we have a 20% that may fall in, other categories, like some doesn't know what to say, right? You might have 12 or 13% who believe that yes, the prime minister still can continue, right? Business as usual, right? And so then this is a very serious issue that you have to struggle with, to knowing that, okay, you also have the illicit 8, and you're asking people to vote for these people, right? Not knowing who are the illicit 8. It doesn't make any sense. All right. Yes, caller, you're on the line. Mystic Sensation Live.
Yeah. Good night, Mystic and Mrs. Mystic. Good night. Good
Bless
night.
up, my sister. All right.
He's a professor. He's not only a teacher, but a professor. But something tickle me brain here. Let me. In spite of all the crime and the gruesome activity with crime, notice we don't see Mr. Kevin Blake.
Yes.
We don't hear if I'm sick. We don't hear if he gone on business. We don't hear nothing about him. Mystic as a former policeman and an investigator. Something wrong,
Yes, I'm wondering the same thing to sis.
Definitely wrong. The way how this government behave, it led me to think, mining go say something, like you oppose them on the wrong is and they silent him. No surprise if you hear saying find 9 bed dead. Or he said, you get up on himself and go back, go lie down.
Oh, you know what?
On a serious note, something is wrong.
Yes.
And definitely wrong. Because we're in Jamaica. And when cases like these, when man like them, they are representative. You have hear them saying Gampa is not feeling well, or is out of office for 2 weeks because of family emergency or something. But the man just missing in an action, not a word, not a 50 cent stop, not a. And so when the prime minister sleepy, and the liar pastor.
That's a genuine concern.
No. Put in your investigating mind and thinking, and your farmer policeman and looking at me, I tell you.
Yes.
This no look good. Something stink, but me don't know why they.
Okay.
I've never seen this all my 50 years. If the anybody in the official office there, they take a leave, you hear them out for 2 weeks, 1 month, or whatever is the case. Nobody now go give them everything, but you have an idea say it's down and you'll be back next month, next 2 weeks or whatever. Or if he's sick, you hear say, well, he's now you are command or in take a turn for you. Something in a year. So me I beg you know, look into this. And to Mr. Onis, when you listen, Mystic, when you listen, Winston, when you listen all of the good blogger them, may I give you a message. Your money, all the money where you crave for, you see it at on against you, sir. You know, see it at on against you. The next minister, when you hear nothing from, and the education minister, where schools should open. You know, see when you know the devious thing, God just wait for you. God just wait for you know, on the wall, just take time and crumble. And sir, the amount of blood when I walk and shed with allegedly, I do. You remember no how Pitney go down for history on the right side and remember the Bible said a man lifespan is 310, which is 70 years old. And by reason of strength, you go further. And no matter how rich you be, when you are buried, if you get a good casket or a urn, you get something. Brother, who wake up the cry of the people, those mothers, when woman ball for them picnic, brother, when woman ball for them picnic now, go down, and if you look at this school list, I see her the other day, I said Thomas, the woman face is dragging, the other pressure, you know, have that chirpy, nice looking face, pressure, boss pipe. Sin is a reproach unto any man.
So
who know wickedness are turned against you know, and who know police officer who come from hungry people, poor people with China and line with these politicians with greed, who have good on to. In Jamaica, you can't have a businessman when we murdered in a middle day, we are shot to the head. And you know, here the PSOJ come out and say, condolence to his family. And this man was a man and he's a businessman who support the economic and it's a loss and nothing out on him out. Well, what kind of message no send to the command people? Mr. Wallace, let me tell you if you don't understand. You're born 1972. When you are growing about China, America, one four place. Now China, America, Jerusalem, and Middle East. In your hand, Middle. People can read now, thanks to Michael Manley. If Granny can't read, Grandpicnic can't read. Google, phone come to Jamaica, thanks to PJ Patterson. We have Google tell we everything. We know fool like one time, so we have few people who are connected to you, sir. Where you can buy little food and little this. The massive of the people have wake up, not because people not demonstrate. Me a beg you, me a tell you, weeping and wailing and nothing of teeth. I got take you now, you know, go and sleep. But sleep can't come. You know, I got it and tell it can't come. Because of the blood, the innocent blood when you want to kill our people.
No joke, sister.
May soul rest in eternal peace. You know, nastiness, them as a blow on the face. And my Jamaican people, there is hope. Because when you look and see Babylon wall and tear down, that tell you say, we are going to see the other side of Jordan. But me I beg you know, hold faith. And people, young man out there, do not make no rich man politician or nobody influence you with money if you go to dirty act. Because them are going to use you like pampas. Not even nappy, because when you use nappy and baby, you wash it and use it again. But when you use pampas, one use that it that way. You no value no life. If you not forget dumpling and butter, yummy. Because there is hope. There is hope. But if you know, you will, the nastiness, the unconscionableness, no, the hope of God. Who was strength, young man? You see them a walk and shoot, you know, a kill, you know, a fit, not that tell like power, you know. Then three little boy then, when they say they kill for a broke shop, and who no policeman, if I don't know, rank and file. Eh? And when man a fight for Mr. James and fight for who can't go on with a little piece of money and start out innocent. Who no throw dirty water upon him and no go on and tell like people. Man a take machete upon who and others a shoot them. Eh? Who no make him man a tell him about who no meet them judge, meet them maker. Him fi meet the judge. Him. I tell people about figure report and tip line. Fish really come out and tell me said there's a gang in the JCF when you ranch a gang. Do them know who is the treasurer of the president? Eh? Or you figure what station go make report to police. And you don't know if you in link with the ranch a gang. And as you turn your back, they go murder you. Eh? Who figure fool? $25 million no frighten nobody, sir. Go repent. Go repent. And that we can't tell you. Go back a class.
All right, bless up.
More spirit like it's brass.
Bless up,
Too much
sister.
wickedness in the man of Jamaica. I never knew I would have lived. And live. When we mind intact, we see this atrocity, this cruelness. And where it come from? Society. We used to want murder people. Man, little things and man, the court and man, in a right thing, but we used to that. But never a case like them with so much big man then carry that society they just a drop dead. And the little boy they just shoot them down. So never. You tell me about the bitter medicine. But this is not bitter medicine, sir. This past bitter. Country no look good, brother. Carry come turn them back for we. International people turn them back for we. Who next? What next? Prime Minister Wallace, you run down the prime ministership and you take it by force, and then you really fuck me up left, right, center, balling out, weeping out, hungry and national teeth. But make I tell you, Mark Holding, before you call the conference, put the conference, make people wear white and orange, and make we call a nation of prayer. Because no matter the wicked people are gone, if we go to God in our sackcloth, He will answer we. Can I say if people would have turn from their wicked ways, He will have mercy upon we. And no matter you see a man saying wicked, God will say that wicked and rule over him. So Andrew Willis and your wife and your whole and your cold and your mini and them, too late shall do no cry. Too late to no looking at what the world will say. America sweep down Canada, Prime Minister and Premier, who know not different. Who know not different and probably when food time for it to go more disgraceful, more hideous than the world. Look at Nigeria. Look at them down in there. We take the country, $1 billion worth of drugs and this and that. Nobody name can. You know, so no harass people. The name can't come out. But if I little one person or a little foul like that, in whichever way, in name, they all over, not foreign. One man said his son dead off a bike accident and crashed and dead, so we down a nigger. And when you look at it, you see, both of them in my criminal. And them foolish is there. You think if my is dead, and it's buried, I am not buried. It's in an accident, I'm not taking place, taking picture of the both in a criminal. They swore to the backside. And them took on a grown night country, and Jamaican people, it drop our carrying down. Nobody know which part next is going to drop. So let us pray and pray solemnly. Now, God not church, like the by church, but if part of them are criminal, go down on your knee, walk on your wife, walk on your hand, and just like when you talk to your husband, your picnic, talk to the fan, turn your face to the sun, when it arise with 2 glasses of water, and when you're done, pray, you throw up the water, solemnly beg God to have mercy. Money can't save we know. Money can't save we. Nothing from the church can't save we. Only the power of the Almighty God, the sun, the moon, the star, and the breeze, Mother Nature. Them alone can't rescue the Jamaica. And we the people have to put in that in there. Not only by mouth, but by action. God no want no money from we. God no want nothing. He just want we come to him clean and fight the forces of evil when this man can't down our country. Think about the unborn child. Think about the 5-year-old. Think about the baby. Think about the pregnant mother. If our forefather wasn't thinking of us, we would burn in shackles. But because them put we before, them fight the fight with them blood, sweat, and tears. And let us be here to have a voice. No, people of Jamaica, fling when the parties in and let us come together in one accord and pray. Pray without ceasing. pray with faith and believe that God is alive and God is well. And support Mystic Lonesome and all of the good black of them and Dre Steve, talk your mind, support them, put them up in a prayer because they are the voice for us. They are the voice. Pray and support Mr. Mark Golden. Pray about him and him pick and his family and pray that they give him wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. When you win this, it's not an easy road. But if we rally around him and pray, we will cross it. We will cross it. This too shall pass. But we can't just lay back and say, "Oh, pass." We have to put in the work. See, Mystic, that more than busy schedule, and Mrs. Mystic, to educate, we enlighten, let us do our part. Let us pray. And like how we are here now, and those of you to just put your hand toward the TV and let us go in even a 5-minute prayer. And as I pray, Heavenly Father, you are God and you are God alone. You have seen this country where it is and where it's heading. You know where it's coming from. We put ourselves in your hand and our country. Help us, God. Help us. Help us to come out of this demon. Help. We are fresh. We fresh are feeling. What more you is the hungry Savior we have, Father God. Help Jamaican people. Help we. We are tired. We are stressed. Our children. We know not the future for our children. But help me, Father. We have begged you. People in the diaspora who have to be working hard and to sustaining us out here and to helping us, give them wisdom, knowledge, strength, health, and faith that they can come back to their land of birth. They can come back on a vacation. They can come back home, those who reach yet to return into a good and peaceful Jamaica. Father God, those wicked people in the parliament was mashing up our place. May I beg you, show them that you are God and you are alive and you can do. You say 1,000 years in your sight is like an evening gone. And we are put with faith and we are put with trust in you in this minute. We are beg you, Father. We are ask you. There's nothing more we can do more with you left. We help we turn back our country and make it used to be and even better. As I close, I say, "Oh Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thou art God and the power. In your name, Jesus, we pray. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Beg your faith, understanding, knowledge. Father, we beg you on everything we come. See, we are seeking your faith, right? Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things shall be added. Father God, as I close, Jesus, I ask you, bless Jamaica, land we love. Help us to turn away from our wicked ways and know that you and you alone is God. Amen.
All right. Yes.
Amen.
And there you have it. Such a wonderful prayer. And, powerful words coming from Sister Pat there. And, I mean,
Okay, Mr. P, good night. Thank you.
It's such a blessing to listen to Sister P words of encouragement, right? That she always called into the program and to give us that words of encouragement, right? And as she asked about the commission, here Fernando Henlan said Blake came up on stumbling blocks since came to office and had been dictated to, and somehow is not pleased with what is happening. Fernando, I think I want to stand parallel with what you say here, because I mean, what else, can we expect of this corrupted government? Because obviously it could be a situation where, as what Fernando said, that Blake came up on stumbling block, right? And that could be true. And it could be a situation where he decided that, he's not going to go down the route of where the administration, the Jamaica Labour Party administration, want him to go, want him to be a yes man, want him to look away from certain crimes. And that could be the situation, we don't know. But it is really, mind-boggling as it relates to, we have such significant happenings as it relates to the coke, $12 billion coke being found, right? At least he should be a part of the press conference, right? Speaking on it, right? Dead silence from Mr. Blake. So that is really troubling. Now, let us go through the final few clips here, and we are going to get into Andrew Holness being the hypocrite he is, right, without no apology, right? Let us get into this situation, right, to show Andrew Holness that he is a double-edged sword, right? Cannot be trustworthy, right? So we want to point out something with Andrew Holness, right? And show you as it relates to how vicious Andrew Holness is. Let us play.
This government does not hear about your health. I hear the spirit of a little baby crying, saying, why didn't the people keep the Labour Party government in? If the Labour Party government was in, I would still be alive. I hear the spirit of the 18 babies that have died because of the incompetent.
Man that, right, on his top of his voice, high pitch. But let us look. So that baby who said to him that if the Labour Party was in power at the time, right, then of course he wouldn't have to be dealing with what he had dealt with, right? People would be alive and so forth and so forth. Let us get into this as it relates to Andrew Holness again, as it relates to his convoy. Now, Michael Shaw, this man will promise everything that he can promise, but never ever deliver.
The opposition leader used his tour to launch an assault on the government's fight against crime. Mr. Holness and opposition MP Desmond McKenzie were in the community today. Andre Jebinson reports.
The man in charge of the security portfolio, Peter Bunting, had a tour on Sunday, and Mr. Bunting, who receives the crime figures daily, insists there is no increase in major crimes. But opposition leader Andrew Holness has his own view on Friday night's shooting in Seaview Gardens.
It is an example of the growing level of criminal activity within Jamaica. Crime is once again rearing its ugly head, and it is really a cause for great concern.
Mr. Holness said the mothers feel let down by the government.
The government has a role to play in this. The government has a duty to secure and provide security for the people of this country. And I think in talking to that mother, it was clear to me that she felt that the government had abdicated its role in providing security.
Mr. Holness said the opposition will be holding the government accountable for its role in controlling crime.
We had managed to bring down the murder rate 3 or 4 years ago. Now it is climbing. We are concerned. We are very worried. And our visit here today is to give the people of Seaview Gardens, but Jamaica in general, the assurance that the opposition is speaking out firmly against crime.
Not only that, Mr. Holness wants the entire country to send a message.
All well-thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert against the high levels of crime and against the government in not doing enough in controlling crime.
So people, you hear that from Andrew Holness. I'm going to show something and show the viciousness of Andrew Holness and the undermining of Jamaican people, right? Undermining our intelligence. Andrew Holness has no plan, right, to do anything to push this nation forward or to benefit the Jamaican people. Andrew Holness' plan, right, was to get very close to the Treasury. You understand? And him and Nigel Clark are making all the best use of our Treasury. $1.7 trillion gone. SSL issues. You name it. FinSac. You name it. It's the Jamaica Labour Party government. Right? And so then when you look, here is Andrew Holness in 2015 talking that government have a duty to provide security. So let me ask this question. Is Andrew Holness have a duty to provide security? That is what I'm asking. Because he said it in 2015, critiquing the People's National Party government. Critiquing the People's National Party government. And yet, he has that situation. So we are asking, it is responsibility to provide security as what he said. But let us go further in terms of the cannery of Andrew Holness. Let us go further to show you the mind of who we are dealing with. Right? The cannery, it's just sick.
So the Labour Party makes another commitment to you. Unlike the PMP who say nothing can be done about crime, the Labour Party don't share that view. We believe that there is a lot that we can do to solve crime in this country. There is a lot that we can do to bring down murders in this country. There is a lot that we can do to make you safer in your house and in
Okay. There's a lot we can do to bring down murder in this country. So since the Prime Minister said that, let us go to the waning statistics. Now, we have heard what the Prime Minister said, critiquing the People's National Party government at the time, right? And said that the people need to hold them accountable. Now, we have the situation that we are asking Andrew and we are holding Andrew accountable. So I want to show Andrew only something, because it seems like he's looking on some wrong statistics. So let us bring up the real statistics to show him and compare him with the People's National Party government, the government that he was criticizing at the time. And I want to ask Andrew Holness, how is he performing in comparison to the People's National Party government? Without any delay, let us bring up this document. Let us get the statistics here so that we all can see it, that we cannot trust this man. Right? I am sharing it in Jamaica, that this man is a fearless failure. Can I trust him? Now, here it is, people. Now, here it is. This mouse. Let me just get it up here. Number of murders in Jamaica from 2011 to 23, which capture, right, Portia Simpson-led government, right, between 2012 to 2015. Let us show the data here. So 2012, this is what the crime looked like. 2012, 1,102 under Portia Simpson, right? Look at 2013. 2013, 1,202. Let us go to 2014. 2014, 1,005. 1,005. 2015. This is where Portia Simpson handed it over to Andrew Holness, because in 2016, remember, Andrew Holness went in roughly about February. 2015, 1,208. Now let us look at 2016, Andrew Holness' time. The crime rose 1,354. So if you look at the period, the first time that Andrew Holness get in, the period 2012, right, 1,102, right, never goes to 1,300, and immediately, you understand, the first year in Andrew Holness' governance, to show you he has no plan, no policy, no strategy. The only strategy that Andrew Holness have is to mix up in corruption, is to mix up as it relates to awarding contracts to Gavin, to mix up in SSL, and to mix up in all sort of bangarang in 2017. Now, this is the man who claimed that when Jamaica Labour Party get in power, Jamaica Labour Party will take down the crime. Let us look at Andrew Holness' government as it progressed. 2017, what I see there. What lead from 1,300 and add to a whopping 1,647. So tell me what sort of policy, what sort of plan Andrew Holness bring to the table. Tell me what sort of plan Andrew Holness bring to the table. Move on. 2018, they managed to take it down to 1,287, right? And during the entire period of Portia Simpson government, it has never reached 1,287. Now, 2019, crime getting up back. Look at that, 1,339, 2019. Let us move on and look at the performance. 2020, 1,323. 2021, what we see here, 1,474. So, Andrew Holness, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, your government, a question. What happened to the strategy? What happened to the plans? You critiqued the People's National Party in 2015. And every single year in your performance, right, you have no reduction like the People's National Party. There's the evidence. None whatsoever. You have never matched any of the numbers as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. Like, let's move to 2022. 2022, look at that. Look at that. 1,498. Andrew Holness. So where is the plan? Come and tell the people. You said that when you go into power, people will be able to sleep with their door open, right? People will be able to sleep with their door open. And here we are under your governance, right? 2023, right? 1,393, and you lied about this. You lied about this. Because in other paper, right, it has you over 1,400 enough. And so then these are the lies and the PR stunt. So tell me which one of these numbers that you have here that has the crime reduction between Portia Simpson period 2012 here, right, to 2015 there. You tell me, Andrew Holness. So what is your crime plan, Andrew? What is your crime plan? Take that away. Take that away. So when we look and see the evidence, you have no plan for the country, Andrew Holness. No plan for the country. The plan that you have for the country is corruption and pilfering, mashing up our healthcare, right? Wreck our education system. Most of our teachers, I mean, solid teachers have to migrated, right, to try to seek upward mobility. You damage the brain drain system coming in as a result of under your governance, right? The cruelty of your governance. I tell you, the Bible says, when you have a wicked leader ruling, then the people will perish, and the people are feeling all of the predicament under your and unduliness. Nothing. You have failed miserably in crime. You have failed miserably in health. Your government is taking the Jamaican society to the abyss of the pit, the abyss of hell. So then, Andrew Holness, you are a callous failure, and here you are, the Prime Minister who is leading Jamaica statutory declaration cannot be certified and will never able to be certified. People, as I reach the end of my program, let me say this. Please note of all the information that you are providing, right? All the drugs that they involve in, all the drugs money cannot help Andrew Holness in this time, right? All the drugs money. When we are talking about crime, the leading cause of persons who have been killed, they're killed by the guns. And Andrew Holness-led government, you have seen more drugs and guns filter through Jamaica. And yet we don't have the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Blake, to address that, right? And what the fixer is doing, Fix Bailey, is fixing that, right? The corruption, the apparent corruption, it is so stagnant. Street, lane, and corner, you look as it relates to Andrew Holness governance, it is corruption. And PR. Then, I mean, if what we are saying, we are lying, why the United States and Canada, right? Why are they supporting us in issuing travel advisory? People need to think Jamaicans, think. If what we are saying here is a lie, or we are too dilated, or we are too political, are we saying that the United States is too political? Are we saying that Canada is too political? Both countries issue, right, their travel advisory on the two categories, crime and health. Crime and health. Our health care is in a crisis under Andrew Holness. Horace Strong said he spent billions of dollars on security. And yet you have police stations who are falling apart. Police need service vehicles. Police don't even have adequate weapons, adequate gears. And yet the billions of dollars spent, they spend the most. They have said it, they have spent the most. What is the result that you are getting from the most that they spent? Christopher Tufton again spend the most on health, and look on our healthcare. Where is the money? Where the money gone? The billions of dollars spent on security, where is it? Where is it, Andrew? The billions of dollars spent in health, where is it? Where the money go? Because we are not seeing it in security, and certainly we are not seeing it in health. right? That the United States now is now telling, right, their citizens not to travel to Jamaica, right? Then how are you spending so much? Why are we not seeing the development? What are you doing? Nothing. People are suffering. People gone to the hospital to seek medical attention have to be waiting for hours before attended to. Perish under the system. Right? We have seen where police have been carrying out series of extrajudiciary killings. Series of extrajudiciary killings. And the Minister of National Security has not come out and condemned it. The Commissioner of Police has not come out and condemned it. The Prime Minister, who is asking the very same people to give him a third term, not coming out to condemn that. The atrocity amongst our people. The greed of this government moving into the Maroon territories to terrorize the Maroons, to steal their properties, and then want to accuse them. Can you imagine? Prime Minister, you have no shame. The same thing that you carry off in the cockpit region is the same thing you carry off in St. Catherine. We send people to bulldoze the home of innocent people and blame clansmen to have done it, while it is your own associates, Ward Brown, who had committed the atrocity. We see the photo with you, Ward Brown, and the next Stephen one. You will read. That is the association, in Andrew. That is the association. But you are wicked enough. You are evil enough to do the things that you have done and blame other people for it. You are evil enough, wicked enough, that your government created FinSac and blamed the People's National Party for it. You are wicked enough, your government is evil enough that you can look at an adult home, the Eventide home, burn it down, kill elderlies, and blame the PNP for it. So we know your history. We know your history, Andrew Honest. You are vicious beyond core. You are naturally evil. And I said, no amount of drugs, money that you have to run the general election, it just can't save you. People, they are turned. As a matter of fact, when you're on the campaign, you're upsetting people's stomach. Byron Jones, Bug Life said under the JLP crime went down.
Not really down.
Well, I mean, look. Well, Bug Life warned you before he said that, you know. Bug Life warned you that you're not to believe him. Don't believe the word of a politician, and he's a politician. Remember. So then, you know, Bug Life is true to form.
Down.
Right? So don't.
Down, it went down.
Yeah.
So you get
Extinction. Yes, we get it. So, right? Now we understand the situation, right, of this government, right, has no policy, has no plan to move the Jamaican people into a better place, right? And so one of the wickedest evil that this man has done, right, that, trust me, will not leave the harms of history, is to take The prime thing what Michael Manley had done, the vision of Michael Manley, wanting to see Jamaican own lands and home. And you take the NHT money and dump it into SSN. You are Nigel Clark, right? You are vicious. Now the NHT cannot sustain, right? No poor people again, right? So NHT is out of the reach of poor people. And this is how you claim that you love Jamaican people. You love Jamaican people. And you want us, anytime you open your mouth, evil exhibited from that, right? So we know that you are 100% evil. Now we are telling the people, right, to make sure that you take in the lesson, be aware, and make sure that when the general election comes, right, vote Mark Golden, right? We want a prime minister who is honest. We want a prime minister who has integrity. We want a prime minister that the statutory declaration can be certified and certified on time. We don't want a criminal for our prime minister. And it is plain and simple that the people have the choices to make and make the right choices, right? We don't want Barabbas. So then that is the end of my program for tonight. I want to say big thanks, welcome you all to Pass Through Mystic Sensation. We love you, to keep the fire burning. All right. Thank you. Honey, your time.
Okay, what Andy just said.
Oh, Andy Brand, on election day, we must hold our heads high, march to the poll, and vote for Mark Golden. Rightly said, Andy. Right? Please, well, I mean, strong advice. And we are in a juncture that we need to make the right choice. People, on election day, make sure we put the X beside the head. We are moving forward, nation building. We want a prime minister, you understand, who definitely deals with checks and balance, formulate, you understand, the Integrity Commission Act. And I know that Mark Golden will work to also have the impeachment bill, because they already drafted it. And so then when we are voting, coming general election, we must make sure that we vote with all our heart and all our might, right? We don't want JLP to even win one seat. All right.
Good night.
Thank you for calling Mystic Sensation here on.
Yes. The reasoning here. Good night, family.
Good night, sister.
Oh, with this doctor, he's referred to by name. I don't know if you have seen in the media on YouTube, on some other programs, and allegedly, he wanted to do some surgery in one of those hospitals, and he was told by another doctor that he has to have permission, and some, thing happened between them, and he eventually assaulted that doctor and been arrested. And it is also said that he's a good friend of Tufton. And I'm thinking to myself, reasoning that the behavior of this doctor, to all that was outlined about him, and being in friendship with Tufton, and Tufton's behavior, if it could be both of them coming together in collusion to bring down the health sector the way it is right now, even to the point that people's relatives are dying and they're not informing the relatives or family members, but sending them to that specific funeral parlor. And we know what that one is. I also understand, you can check that one out, that since the independence, Grand Gala, A lot of people have been getting ill and admitted in the hospital, and some of the hospitals have no space to accommodate the people. So much so, there's no transfer among some hospitals. We don't know if it's a spread of COVID or what could be causing these people to be getting sick, that hospitals are not accepting or even to transfer, very ill patients. What is going on with these two gentlemen and the health sector? Something is not right. Something is going on, and I think an investigation, thorough investigation, and an undiluted one for the truth, to know what's going on between these two men acting against the health sector. Because if there are really people that has Jamaican people in their heart and have sympathy, they wouldn't be doing the things they are doing. And also, it is allegedly said that Tufton has been giving out contracts, right? Without even signing off on them or no reports, nothing at all.
Wow.
He just do what he wants. And I would believe that. Why? Because it's pure negligence. Why the health sector is in the condition it is in right now. And Tufton is behaving like, well, I don't care. He don't show any remorse, any empathy, no sympathy. These people, for sure, must be held accountable. And I want the people, the family members of these patients that are dying, are becoming grave ill, or not being getting the good care they are supposed to get, to open their eyes, hold them accountable. Don't depend on the government to do any investigation for them, because it's just a cover-up. Get independent investigators to investigate about their loved ones, because this ain't right and it cannot continue. And the people down there just sit like that. Why? Why are they taking all of this? Are they afraid of Andrew? He can't lock up everybody. If Andrew can send for that young man, allegedly, that was killed, because let me cross over to say this too, that INDECOM, Jamaica for Justice, should by now be doing a thorough investigation on this man that was killed, to know, let the public know, let Jamaican people know if it's the right person, if that was true, because no man in their sensible logical thinking mind would not threaten Andrew Holness and being Andrew Holness reach for him to send police to kill him, right? Understand that one. That Smaddy would have taken themselves away a long time, because he sent the message that I'm coming for you. Who would have given up their life like that? No, that's pure sheer lie. And you must come clean and talk the truth, because the more he lie, the more the truth coming out in the lies. And he's just getting himself all mumbled and muffed up in all of this. The thing is, because he keeps lying, so nobody will even believe truth from him. And this cannot continue. This cannot continue. What do you think about all of this that I'm saying and the death of this young man? And let me say this before I get out.
Yes.
When that young man killed all 5 relatives of him, they could have killed him, They could have killed him. But they didn't. They spared his life. He's now serving time for those 5 family members dead. Now, this young man, it is said that is the wrong person. If he does that they say he did, why didn't they take him in for an investigation to know more and to find out the truth about all of this? Why did they kill those people in Cherry Lane? That's what it is? Yeah.
Yes.
Clarendon? Why? Now, a good investigator would not have killed him or a good law-abiding government would not have killed him. Why? You want more. He's the one to tell you all about the plot and the plan. And then from there, you will be going after the others. Right? Now, so Mr. Mystic?
You're perfectly right, my sister. You're perfectly right.
You need information. But here, then kill him. Suddenly, then kill him. Something smell fishy. Some covering up because the dead man can't talk.
Exactly.
See me?
You're on the right point.
So, I don't know what I'm going to tell God. Say, I don't know how they're sleeping at them bed with them and what if I wickedness and lie.
Exactly.
I'm going around. You see the next thing, Mystic? If the government was providing jobs, like community centers, they go learn skills and all of that, these men who did it, if I saw it go, because I would if I cover up in that.
Exactly.
They would have been doing something worthwhile with their lives. You see, they would be making themselves viable for work and all of that. They wouldn't be out there, want to take up gun into scamming, job trades and gun trade and all of that. No, but there's nothing for the young men out there. There is nothing. So what else you give for them to do? Right? You're not providing any jobs, any outlet, positive outlet for them. No, something has to be done. The community. The community is where all the crime and everything starts from. Look about the community. See about them. Right? Long time, the communities in Jamaica are being neglected. And hence, the youngsters turn to a life of crime.
There you go.
Crime.
Here you go.
See? So, I mean, these MPs, these caretakers and all of that, these people are earning a bag of money of these people's head, taxpayers, and giving back nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't know. Things are happening everywhere. I mean, the state. But I mean, Jamaica is just a little dot. And better can be done. Much better than what they did.
Yeah.
With Jamaica as Prime Minister, if this was his intent, I don't know. But him have something to go tell the master and the maker when him number call, because him don't know what position into the line. First, middle or back. And when the number call, he can skip. He has an account to give for what he has done to Jamaica and the Jamaican people. And he better go repent, because we never know when our number will be called. What he has done to the people is wicked. Wicked. And I don't know what mind and what heart he has. Want to still run. Give another chance. In wicked bad. That's all I
Tell
know.
us, sister.
In wicked
Trust me.
bad. But lastly, Fimi God in my word say, the sin of the father visit the third and the fourth generation go down the line. So if I saw him want him generation to come suffer, when he get the whole heap of wealth and asset and riches and squander it give them, then life now go happy and be peaceful, because their family member, pooper, wife, whatever, they never get it good.
Exactly.
All right, Mr. Mystic.
Bless up yourself, my
Mrs.
sister.
Mystic, thanks for listening.
Bless
But
you.
my heart hurt me.
True, we understand. We understand.
All right.
Yeah.
So you take care. Have a good night, and thanks for what you're doing.
Thank
and
you.
Keep burning the fire and bone their skin.
All right. Bless up yourself, my sister.
Bless up. All right.
That's a wonderful contribution coming from that sister there. But I mean, as it relates to her concern, genuine concern. So when you look into the health sector, as it relates to Tufton situation, my sister, when we look as it relates to $1.7 trillion, right, that unaccounted for as it relates to our treasury. Remember that in the health sector alone, right? $600 billion unaccounted for. 600 billion. And so you're right in terms of we need a forensic audit, right, in the health sector, right? A forensic audit need to be done so that whatever, as it relates to, that amount that cannot be explained, right? People need clarity as to what really happened. People need clarity. So it's a whole lot of bangarang as it relates to Christopher Tufton, right? Leadership that is wrecking our health sector. No joke about that. No joke about that. And, as we said, we need a forensic audit there. Now, again, as what the lady said, right? Asking, why did, the police, the guy who threatened Andrew Holness, why the police, right, number 3 him, allegedly threatened, right? Not sure if it's him. Exactly, because do they sure it is him? But apart from that, again, you hold the gentleman. Are you in the reach of the access to the gentleman? Then wouldn't it be important to apprehend this person and, of course, question him to have an understanding of the entire situation as it unfolds there, right? So why the first approach is to execute him?
But how he find him so fast and he can't find anybody else? So they're
right?
the criminal then.
But we are told that, but again, we are getting some information as it relates to that gentleman, that gentleman has a mental situation, right? Has a mental illness. So then there you go. So a person have a mental illness and spoke what he had spoken, right? I mean, does that equate to execute him? But, I don't know. But as what the lady said, she's 100% right. This is someone that you'd want in custody, right, to interrogate, investigate and interrogate, and get all the necessary information. That is how you start crime, right? So it is what it is. It's an Andrew Holness-led government. It's really serious, people. So, wifey, here you go.
Okay. All right, so guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone's continued support. We started a bit late tonight due to work commitment we couldn't get out of before. Early. So we're going to go straight into Jeopardy. Remember, we are going to be playing for credit. We should get through it quickly tonight. I sort of scale it down a bit, not too not too much of hard questions tonight. So I hope you find it easy. So we're going to go into Jeopardy. And again, thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate everyone. You could have been otherwise minded. It's Friday night. You could have been on other platforms, but you chose to be with us, and we never take that for granted. Thank you to all the new subscribers who've come aboard. Really appreciate each and every one. Let me just go ahead and share the template. Let me just get rid of some of these things that are left behind, and I will take the logo off so that you can see the full screen. All right, so the categories for tonight is unscramble science words, Caribbean capital, science language spoken, and name that car. So as usual, throw out the categories and for how many points. The first one I see is what we're going to start with, and then the person who answers the question correctly will get to choose the next question, and we will continue like that until the board is empty. And the guy who threatened him, they apprehend him, but they are saying he has a mental health disorder. My God. Was under so heat. Oh my goodness. All right. So remember we're playing for credit. It's 1,000 Jamaican dollars credit for the person who come off with the most points. Did you sell or flew? And then we have 4 runners up of 500 each. All right. So I see yep, real cheap PR stunt. All right. So let's so Caribbean capital for 300 says Dunmill. The capital of Guyana. So what is the capital of Guyana? What is the capital of Guyana? What is the capital of Guyana? Okay, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays, and the capital of Guyana is Georgetown. So the capital of Guyana is Georgetown, and that is for 300 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. And guys, remember to see the correct order. You need to refresh. So first on the board with the correct response is Donmel. Then Andrew, somewhat to see, you have to put what is before the answer. So
how many
if
points?
It's 300. So if it's a place or thing, it is what is, and then the answer. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is, and then the answer. Jeffrey also came in with Georgetown, but need to put what is. Mr. Dave, Georgetown, but need what is. Tiffany. Okay, so you guys are so welcome. Really, really appreciate the support and the endorsement. All right, so capital for 400 says Dunmill. And it's a double point answer. The capital of Suriname. And guys, please pay attention to the spelling. So the capital of Suriname, and it's a double point answer. So 800 points for the person who gets that correct. So capital of Suriname. Did Ricardo fall asleep? Ricardo just appeared looking. Oh, there he is. As soon as I call him name, him appear. I'm a magician. Remember, guys, what is, and then the answer question is in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. What is? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And it is, what is Paramaribo? And that is for 800 points. So the capital of Suriname is Paramaribo. All right, let's see who picked up those 800 points. So again, refreshing. Andrew, 800 points.
What?
Then Ricardo, done, but didn't put what is, and then Tiffany. So Andrew, choose the next category, and for how many points?
So the score as it is, Dan Mellon 300 points and Andrew 800 points. So Andrew, go on, bud.
So choose the next category, and for how many points, Andrew? Okay, it's doing capital for 100. The capital of Antigua and Barbuda. Antigua and Barbuda, capital. Capital of Antigua and Barbuda. Excuse me. Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delays, and it is what is St. John's. So St. John's is the capital of Antigua and Barbuda. Right, so let's see. So Ricardo redeem himself. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, and that is for 100 points. Then Tiffany, Dawn, somewhat. Ricardo is all right. 200, we're finishing up capital, it seems. Capital of Barbados. Capital of Barbados. Capital of Barbados. Stay tight. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Remember, pay attention to your spellings. Stuff fall off because I don't get internet back properly yet. Truck life. All right, so what is Bridgetown? So that is for 200 points. Capital of Barbados is Bridgetown. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, and that is for 200 points. 200 points to Ricardo, then Tiffany, Dawn, Mr. Dave, oh, typo there. Ricardo not hesitating at all. He's running up to the 500 mark. Capital of Belize. What is the capital of Belize? And remember, guys, I'm stressing it again. Pay attention to your spelling. Capital of Belize. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delays. And what is Belmopan? Belmopan. All right, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who came in with the 500 points. All right, Ricardo, 500 points. Andrew drumbled it up. Dawn. Then Tiffany. All right, he's saying science 4. Good night, Melinda. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday.
Okay, so the score as it is, Donmel on 300 points, Andrew 800 points, Ricardo on 800 points.
Wow. All right, so he's saying science for 100. Solid changes to a liquid. Name the state. Name the state when solid changes to a liquid. Or name the process. Name the process, I must say, of solid change into a liquid. What is that called? Solid change into liquid. What is the process called? Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is melting. So ice is solid, it melts to water. Now it's liquid. So the process is called melting, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Tiffany is on the board with 100 points. Then Ricardo, Don Mel, somewhat. And Tiffany is already on the move. Science for 200. The cleanest burning of all the fossil fuels. Name the cleanest burning fossil fuel. The cleanest burning fossil fuel. Cleanest burning fossil fuel. Cleanest burning fossil fuel. Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, known delay, and it is what is natural gas, and that natural gas is methane. So natural gas is the cleanest burning fossil fuel, and that is for 200. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo for 200, and I also put methane. Then Don Mel, Tiffany. Right, he's saying science for 300. This uses the energy of the sun to produce electricity. This uses the energy of the sun to produce electricity. Name what uses the energy to from the sun. What do we call it? Okay, this uses the energy of the sun to produce electricity. Everybody run out. Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, known delays, and what is solar. So solar energy. All right, so, and that is for 300. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. It started there, it's moving. Dunmill for 300 points. Then Ricardo, to put generator at the end. Tiffany, hold on. Okay, Ricardo corrected that. Andrew, Tiffany, Mr. Dave, somewhat. Remember what is Hyacinth. AIG is lagging, it needs to refresh. And that's how the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Tiffany on 100 points, Dunmel 600 points, Andrew 800 points, and Ricardo 1,000 points.
Right, so he's saying continue with science for 400. When a liquid changes to a gas, it is called, what is the process? When a liquid changes to a gas, what is the process called? Okay, when a liquid changes to a gas, it is called right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is evaporation. So the process is evaporation, and that is for 400 points. So, see, Everybody was paying attention in science class. Tiffany for 400 points. Tiffany. Then Ricardo. Tiffany, I go on good manner. Internet turn up, fingers get exercise.
You did.
Ready for the Finger Olympics. Then Don Mel. Don Ricard. Okay, he's typo. Somewhat. That's how the answers came in. So she's keeping it science. 500. All right, and it's a double point answer. What simple machine is pictured above? Name the simple machine that is pictured above. Everybody run out. What simple machine is pictured above? Come on, guys, it's grade 3, grade 4 stuff. The last one's supposed to be.
Friday. Wednesday.
No. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a lever. So what is a lever? So that is the simple machine that's found there to use move move objects. All right, and that is for 1,000 points because it's a double point answer. So let's see who picked up those 1,000 points. First on the board with the correct responses, Dunmill.
How many points?
1,000. Then Tiffany, then Ricardo, Don, somewhat. Okay. All right. So choose the next category. Dunmill, and for language for 100. Spain. Everybody run out. Which language is spoken in Spain? Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Spanish, and that is for 100 points. So in Spain, they speak Spanish, not Spanglish. All right, so Ricardo, 100 points. Dunmill, Andrew, Tiffany, Don, somewhat. All right, Ricardo, language for 200. He's on a roll. Netherlands. Which language is spoken in the Netherlands? Okay, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Dutch, and that is for 200 points. So Dutch is spoken in the Netherlands, and that's for 200 points. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. Ricardo, Dunmel, Andrew, Ricardo, 200 points. Then Andrew, Tiffany, Don. Jamfed, welcome.
We gotta get back the internet.
Happy Saturday over there in France. Hope you enjoyed the Olympics. All right, Ricardo is saying cars for 100. Identify that vehicle. Jamfed could not sleep. Oh, should that Mel try? Maybe one or two you might recognize. Or you may be logging somewhat. You need to refresh. You need to come out and refresh your internet. You might be logging behind. This truck life a weird pod. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is a Hummer. So that's a Hummer, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the response. Let me just refresh. All right, so it started there. Andrew for 100 points. Andrew for 100 points. Dunmill, Truck Life. Look at the spelling. Okay. Tiffany. Okay, that's how the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Tiffany on 500 points, Andrew 900 points, Ricardo 1,300 points, and Daniel 1,600 points.
Okay. All right. So Andrew is going back to language for 300. Brazil. What language do they speak in Brazil? Oh, them say it in a football. Brazil. Ricardo says soon go. 876 by birth. Welcome, welcome. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is Portuguese. So what is Portuguese? And remember the spelling count, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, Ricardo for 300. Then Andrew, Donmel, 876, Jamfet, Don, Tiffany. Hush. Hush, Andrew, said go. All right, so Ricardo. Ricardo, choose which category you're flowing with. Unscramble for 100. Whoa. Unscramble those letters for the science word. Unscramble those letters to make the science word.
Person.
I didn't say a word. That is not the word, Ricardo. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is what is forensics. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Tiffany, 100 points. Then Ricardo, truck left off the second S. All right, so choose the next category, Tiffany. Unscramble for 500. Unscramble those letters for this science word. Okay, so unscramble those letters to make the science word. You have the clue there. They're all words related to science. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's organism, and that is for 500 points. Let's see who picked up those 500 points. Ricardo, then Tiffany.
Which points, Ricardo? Which points?
500. Somebody calling. Somebody's calling. Hello, good night. Okay. Oh, no. You're not on the board. You're 0. Who first? Everybody is answering, but it's the first one that comes up. So what to do? Refresh the screen, and the person that answers correctly. Or as we always say, the race is not for the swift, but who can endure to the end. So it's always say with the people who play for the first time and then keep at it, and then they get. So the first answer. All right. Okay, yeah. It's so with persons who start playing, like they're saying, how much is my score? Dawn said she drop out. So then what did Dawn say, how much is my score?
Who?
Dawn. Check your score, should I hear
Oh,
your
Daniel?
score?
1,600.
No, Dawn. All right. So we got organism, and Ricardo is said unscramble for 200. All right, let's bring up oops, sorry. We're going with 300. I accidentally clicked the wrong choice, but it's still within the same category. Unscramble those letters to make the scientific word. All right, and that is for 300 points. Let me look at that spelling. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is invertebrate. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Invertebrate. Ricardo, 300 points. Then Jamfet. Ricardo, 300 points. Then Jamfet. Truckla, if he corrected that. Tiffany. All right, so choose the next category and for over the points, Ricardo. How many persons on the board so far? 4?
4.
Unscramble for 200 now. He's going back to the 200. Unscramble those letters to make the science word. Hmm. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is density, and that is for 200 points. So density, 200 points. So let's see who came in first with the correct response. Truck. No. Ricardo for 200 points. Then Tiffany. Ricardo.
So the score as it is, Tiffany for 600 points, Andrew 900 points, Daniel 1,600 points, and Ricardo 2,600 points.
Sure, if you make Ricardo burst out in a song. Okay. Okay, done. All right, so Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? And Reggae Girl, remember that you need to send me the number for your credits, and you need to state whether it's digital or flow. The number should still be streaming across the screen. So unscramble for 400. So it's finishing that. Okay, unscramble those letters to make the science word. Right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is chromosome. So chromosome, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Ricardo, 400 points. Then Tiffany. And that's how the answers came in.
Ricardo, what, 400 points?
Yes. All right, and he's saying language for 400. Canada, what languages are spoken in Canada? Languages. Canada speak two. Okay, I said languages.
I want him to answer me about Quebec and Ontario.
All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is French and English. That's what's spoken in Canada, French and English. Right, and that is for 400 points. So let's see. Who first came in with the correct response? Truck Life. English and French.
Truck Life finally up on the board.
And Jamfet, Donmel, Ricardo, Tiffany, 876, Ransford, bless up Ransford. Didn't put what is done, just threw it out. Okay,
So-
corrected it.
So Truck Life, how much for Truck Life?
400.
Wow, I mean Truck Life.
All right, so it's saying language for 500. All right. So listen carefully. This one, they speak 2 languages as well, but I want the main language. They speak 2 languages as well, but I want the main language. Most widely spoken language in Kenya, and it's a double score answer. So the most widely spoken one, I just need one. They speak 2, but I need the main one. And remember, people, spelling counts. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Swahili? So they speak English and Swahili, but Swahili is the most widely spoken language. And that is for 500 points, and then the score is going to be doubled. So 500 points is going to be added to your overall score, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, let's see. Jump It.
All right.
So 1,000 points for Jump It.
What?
Then Ricardo, Truck Life also got it, but the spelling was off. Then Dawn and Tiffany. All right, that's how the answers came in. Jamfet, choose how many points. One category. Jamfet no sleep, man. Kiss me teeth. Now I'm going to drop off the board because I don't know.
I want to see it, and say, wow. Like Jump It, I go lick off
this one, but we know how Ricardo sitting go. All right, name the vehicle. Name the vehicle. Name the vehicle.
Much last one, huh? Much more question.
I think got 3. What? Oh, we never hear about that one before. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Lamborghini, and that is for 200 points. And if you had to watch Batchment Granny, you know that it's the AKA Lambo Kid. All right, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Truck Life.
Right. Truck Life for different thing. Truck Life for different thing.
Oh my God. Just throw somewhere. One will stick. All right, Truck Life, the cars for 300. Like a Truck Life alone in this one. Name this vehicle. I hope you can see it. Let me see if I can just increase the font a bit to make it a bit still small, but at least it's closer. All right. Oh, the back side. I'm gonna have seizure. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So, let me just minimize that. All right. What is Porsche? A Porsche. So that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Truck Life.
300 points. Right.
Mel, Tiffany, what? David, welcome. Happy Friday. David, I say I want to keep yourself. Answered also got Porsche. All right. It's morning in Chuck. Oh, you too early. It's not morning yet. All right. Chuck Life is continuing. It's 400. It's the last category. Anyway, name the vehicle. Name the vehicle. That is for 400 points. Me had the same thing down. You only know for me. All right. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is a Ferrari? So Ferrari, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who came in. But Ricardo, another first me come with vehicles. Ricardo's only pro box and vaccine more. All right, let's see who came in with the correct answer first. 876 by birth. 876 Ferrari. Just write 876 and it's 400 points.
Oh.
876.
400 points for 876?
Yes. 876.
Okay.
Then Ricardo, Andrew, Dunmel, Tiffany, one more. All right. So the last one, drum roll. Name the vehicle. Everybody run out. Everybody run out. Tesla for everything.
I could drama go on and say, because don't believe that Chuck Life out of the game. Watch this funny.
Okay.
Enjoy Chuck Life. Yeah.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And let's reveal it is the moment of truth because something like going on the paper over here. So, where somebody need to break away. What is a Corvette? And that is for 500 points. So, Corvette for 500 points. And the board is empty. So
let us see who clean it.
Let us see who got those 500 points. All right, I have refreshed. Let's see. All right, so that's where that one start, that one end there. So that start there. So first on the board with the correct response is Andrew, 500 points. Then Chuck Life, 876. Ricardo, jump at me not even go bother read your answer.
So he broke the tie and Andrew broke the tie.
Okay, David, have a wonderful weekend.
So Ricardo.
So Tiffany, this no look safe. Oh, I know so some part of this like the doors look like we. All right, so congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to everyone who was able to participate and answer. And remember, it's not the game is not for the swift, but those who can endure to the end. It's a game of speed with fingers and good Wi-Fi. So let's see.
Jump it, see it.
Thank you, Mystic, for another good Friday afternoon. See you tomorrow on Reason with Ratigan at 2 p.m. Okay,
all right.
yes. So while he's tallying, okay, let's go through that.
So the score as it is, right? Jump Fet, 900 points at 5th place. You know, Truck Life. Truck Life, what man?
You want people to start
Truck Life said,
shout at you.
Truck Life said, oh, what up here? So Truck Life, 900 points. And Jam Fet in 4th place, 1,000 points. Andrew in 3rd place, 1,400 points. Danmel, 2nd place, 1,600 points. And Ricardo, 1st place, 3,000 points.
All right. So that's how the winners came in. 4 runners up, and then Ricardo with the most points. So I have everybody's number here so far. Jam Fet, if there's any changes that you want me to make to what I have for you, then you can, you know how to reach me on IG. And I will check it to see or if it's the same number you want me to send the credit to. Andrea, you never hear your name. Your name was called. You came in 3rd, 1,400 points. It's the one little question again, but you made it to the board. You made it on the board. So you hit off Stephanie. All right. So again, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate each and every one. And thank you so much earlier for the interactive discussion with the presentation. And I am going to say, because we both have work in the morning, it's almost 11 p.m. We both have work in the morning. So I'm going to say safe travel on the gravel until next time. Oh, and remember, tune in to Reason with Ratigan tomorrow at 2 p.m. And then we have on Sunday, Wayne Lonesome, Reggae Up Scene, Wayne Lonesome with Town Hall. And tune into all the other platforms who are burning the fire, spreading the message, but maybe using a different technique to do it, but we are all saying the same thing. So thank you so much. Really appreciate each and every one again, and safe travel on the gravel until Tuesday. Bye. Love you all. Oh, before I end, remember, what is it, Reggae Girl? Let me just go back over here. Yes, Reggae Girl. The number is streaming up under the screen there, 1587-568-6287. Please send me the number that you need your credit that you earned last week, so I can send. And please remember to say whether digital or flow. All right. Good night.